Did my shit die, or are we good?
I think you get.
Still good.
Okay, that scared the hell out of me. I was like, I don't hear anybody talking anymore. That could be bad.
I just wasn't unmuted yet.
I'm eating chicken nuggets and I don't want to have chewing sounds on your stream.
I mean, I doubt it'll pick it up, but...
These are crunchy chicken nuggies. They're like breaded on the outside, so they're super crispy.
What kind of chicken nuggets do I have?
You get like battered ones, and you get like... There's lots of chicken nuggies.
Oh, okay. I just thought there was like the one type.
No, there's lots of chicken nuggies.
Huh. Today I learned. Ow! Shit.
Agreed.
There shouldn't be any background noise. They're getting ready to head into the garage, so I have company.
Hell yeah.
He's just feeding the dogs and stuff for me right now.
Hell yeah.
I actually think they're already upstairs because I can hear Willow barking. As long as you can't, that's what matters. Character sheet.
Heck yeah, heck yeah, heck yeah.
Alright.
Alrighty. You know what's interesting? This is the
I just read your DM, that's why I was laughing.
this is the last time we get together before 2 years, guys.
Aww.
This is pretty crazy.
Yee.
Pretty cray. So hopefully you don't die.
What the fuck? Now you well, I mean, some already did.
Mm-hmm.
No, I mean like die. Like end of campaign death.
Oh God! What the fuck? There are ways to circumvent that kind of thing. To be like, okay, like we'll just go on a journey for you guys to get your bodies back.
But what if it's only one of us?
If it's not me, I'll bring you back. If it is me, y'all might have a problem.
Well, we won't have a paladin.
That's okay. You have a rabbit.
We do have a rabbit.
Also, I'm a wizard who can teleport, so.
Uh-huh.
Teleportation circle. not quite at the level of teleport yet.
Yeah.
Well,
that
it's
what,
still
7th
better
level?
than anything I got right now.
Well, you have friends in high places. Yeah, no, you're not. It's not even in my window for you to get hurt today, so you'll be fine. And if you start a bar fight, I might cry, because I don't have a map for
I
it.
don't intend to start a how's that?
Max is too tired to start a fight.
Let's start a riot.
No, give me a few days of rest, please.
Adventurers don't get rest. Adventurers
No.
make do.
Yup. That's the fucking truth, not the fucking verse. Jesus.
Was that a little bit too on the nose?
Yeah, fuck me. Christ.
Oh.
What the fuck?
What? You'll be
ready for that
fine.
level of realism.
You'll be fine. And you won't be, like I said, as long as you don't start a bar fight, we're fine.
Which I don't intend to.
Good.
A lot of things happen that I don't intend. Let's call it like it is.
Yeah, me too. Yep. That's the thing.
Uh-huh.
DM problems.
Yep.
Comes with the
When your
territory.
players, when your players spend half an hour in a room that nothing happens in.
To be fair, I did find something in there.
Yeah, in the first few minutes.
Yeah, but sorry, I didn't think of the one fucking thing that opened it.
I just like
I
giving
tried
you
like
guys
every
shit.
fucking other thing.
Don't worry, I just like giving you guys shit. And I'm also just stalling for
Yeah.
the scheduled tweet to go out, so we're fine.
Oh.
But yes.
Oh shit.
How is everyone? How are we doing? Are we all good? Are we all ready?
Not stressed anymore.
Good! That makes one of us.
I mean, like, I am, but I'm not.
So I was
That
sitting
makes
here
sense.
like, I was double, triple, like quadruple checking everything, and Wither goes, my power is out. And I was like, oh, okay, well, if we need to reschedule or whatever, an internal monologue was like, yes, I can stay in my pajamas.
That's what she said to me. She was like, well, I don't have to put on a bra, so, like, no big
And then,
deal. And I'm
like-
sitting there, like, on my couch, like, ah.
I closed all of my notes. I closed everything other than roll 20. I got ready.
You
I
had
was like,
no
you gave me like 5:30.
I didn't have faith in that power, and it's gone now. What is this Jurassic Park bullshit?
And then I was like, cool, I'll just like get myself chilled out for the night. I'll get some snacks. I'll get ready. And then you were like, I'm not sure, and I didn't want you to have to like scramble around on your laptop and then be upset about like streaming and all that sort of stuff. So I was like, well, just reschedule. It's fine. And then at 5 to 9, she's like, my power is back, and I'm like,
I was literally on the phone with my mother, and then I was like, wait a minute, because something next to me turned on and beeped, and I was like, I can't tell if that's like a backup power supply or if that's actually. Oh, and then everything started turning on and ringing at the same time.
I don't think there's any much things that would beep in my house.
Well, my ring was resetting itself, so it kept ding-donging, and then the dogs were barking, and ooh, it was a time.
Yeah. I can imagine. Yes.
I
Chris
just
is
pulled in and
averted.
got a message from Discord. I was like, oh, all right, we'll figure it out.
Wow. Here I am, like, on my couch, like, what did I do wrong?
Oh yeah, we were all like chill. We were like, yeah, it's cool.
I know, and I'm sitting there going, I let everybody down.
But like, yeah, no, we were fine.
My mom was like, your friends are your friends, and they understand. And I was like, but that doesn't make me feel better. And she goes, I know, that's because you can't fix it, and that's why you feel bad. And I was like, yeah. Yeah, that's why.
Shut up!
I
Stop
was like,
being
holy
right.
shit, that's why.
Let me tell you the kind of day I'm having. I forgot my age earlier, and now I forgot how to spell ASMR.
2 A's.
Oh no, it wasn't. It wasn't the A's that were the problem.
Then which part of it was the problem?
The I.
There's one of them.
There's one of them after the S.
Oh my god. Buckle up, kids. It's gonna be a ride tonight.
Yeah. I can't even. What did we I can't even remember what we normally type in the tweets.
Just copy one from the previous ones. That's what I do.
I should have, but I didn't, because I'm stupid.
Oh, I disagree with that, but okay.
Also disagree.
I'm having a very stupid week this week.
My brain's just fried.
I'm having a very, very difficult time at the moment.
Oh, I should mute my phone, huh?
Probably.
So that doesn't ding dong every time one of the guys walks by the front garage.
That'd be ideal.
Eh.
That gif was me when my power came back. I want you to know that.
Oh my god, the ice cream cone, that's so cute.
That's adorable.
Fuck it. That'll do. I did it. Congratulations me.
I believed in you.
I didn't believe in me.
Well, I did.
And I'm legit on the struggle bus this week. It's been a time.
Phone is
Oh god.
Yes.
If anything, then that would be me speaking to myself right now.
50-50.
Okay, I think I've done everything that I have to do. It's been a thing. Yes, okay, so, if we're ready, please put a ready one check. There is no race for this time because I'm going to ask who wants it? Who wants the potion this week? Because you know what you gotta do if you want it. And I'm leaving the floor open. It can be any of you who want it.
I want it.
Muted.
Oh,
Did he just get
man.
cucked by his own mute?
Did you get cucked again?
I said I would take it. But you all saw me say it, so then.
We said it at the same time.
I'm gonna give it to Fern because this is the second time he's been cucked. And I felt bad after the first one.
Aww.
Yeah, it happens so often. You know, I was gonna give it a second, and then I try to speak
I gave it a good long while too.
Okay. Oh man. So, yo. Last we left off in this game, we were recovering from our little hangover of a week of trips. Well, however the time dilation worked, or time shrinking, whatever. We had dinner, and it was lovely. We kind of caught back up with each other, kind of figuring out what we wanted to do, and we're like, all right, we're gonna do this shit. Out there, Cassian had made some sending spells to a certain blacksmith who was not. Who was like, "What the fuck are you talking about? Oh, that? Yeah, no. Yeah, probably not."
That was hilarious.
Yeah, I'd prefer you didn't.
Oh no, that wasn't the funniest part.
Oh, I don't even.
The worst part was Cassian forgot to like mention that it was the Alafira to change that. He didn't say the weapon's name in the first message, so he
Didn't even say it was a weapon. He just said, "Can we change the affinity? Would you mind?" She's like, "What the fuck are you talking about?"
Like, what affinity?
Yeah. So
Oh my god,
Yeah,
it does. It
I
really
had-
fucking does.
Cassian had to
Oh my
send
god.
send this spell twice.
Why is that such Fern energy?
He had to send it out twice in order to get the response from Quill. From there, we did do we had a night's rest where we were able to, recover some exhaustion and whatnot. And then some morning errands occurred. I think Rattan got some rations. I think we got some supplies, and we're like, all right, let's do this shit. And we zapped into the outskirts of Roku, and we're just like, well, there's a broken wall here. Might as well just walk into the broken wall and like try to blend in with the crowd. And literally everybody kind of was just like eyeballing us the entire time. We tried to do. They're just like, who are these fucking outsiders? And we're just like, we're just wearing our hoods up. We're just trying to be inconspicuous. Didn't really work out so great. We did cast invisibility to like kind of lurk around a little bit more and try to get some ideas of where to go. We did end up at a little, we found the Wistaway Inn. The Wistaway Inn. Well, they had 2 guards outside, which was just like kind of like, this is like the only place with guards. We get in there, and there are 2 people there, Sir Luminous and another person, that had deer antler tattoos, and Cassian pieced together was maybe one of the original tribes in the south, Druid tribes. Cassian spoke that out loud. She didn't take it too kindly. Cassian tried to make it up later, but they're on shaky grounds. Anyway, we find
Damage done?
You may not irreversible, at least maybe. You know. Um, Sir Luminous kind of hints that he can whisk us away or hold us in till we can get safe passage somewhere. A little on the nose with the name of the inn, but told us everything here would be safe, and if we were to leave anything, it would be safe, and that they pride themselves on security and being a safe haven, if you will. We asked around a bit about Obsidian and Jewels, trying to figure out what the hell is this? Like, this is like our lead. We got directed towards the Confidant, which is towards the slums. We begin to head over there. It gets a little bit seedier, and people are like more or less so more obvious about staring at us as we walk towards the Confidant. There at the Confidant, we meet Jolan Tristoth. Did I say that correct?
Jolan Tristoth, yes.
Jolan Tristoth, who we were told is very fair. For what we give, we'll receive the equivalent exchange, or, if we try to overpay, he'll give us our money back. That's, whatever the information is valued. And told us you should really play some cards. So we did. Cassian and Rattan did. And Lynn was pretending to be a bunny the entire time, which was quite adorable.
He is a bunny. How dare you?
Well, pretending to be a normal bunny, not a anthropomorphic bunny.
Shh, nobody knows I can talk.
Exactly. So, I don't know what the shocked face for. He's pretending to be an actual bunny.
He is a normal bunny, you dick.
He's an anthropomorphic bunny.
He's normal by our standards, okay?
To be fair, none of you have ever seen a rabbit other than Lynn actively in the campaign. It's never been said. I mean, you guys have seen rabbits, but you've never seen one during the campaign.
Saying.
Yeah,
I was like, wait a minute, I've not seen a single fucking rabbit ever in my life. Okay, that's
I mean,
weird.
you live in a city, and the rest surrounding you is a wasteland, so probably not. Rax is probably the most likely
bunny next door. I don't fucking know.
Yeah, I'd say between Rax and Cassian, we've probably seen. Cassian was a traveler of the sky, but sometimes on the ground. Anyway, Jalon was a Githyanki, which was cool. We go play cards. We are really shit hands, but sometimes good at bluffing. Not really bad. And we play with this red-haired gentleman, who then asks us for like a secret. Cassian gives a arbitrary secret. Rattan says, "Oh, come back to me. I'm not really sure." And
I said it was a difficult question. I didn't say come back to me.
I thought you said, "Hold on, come back to me," because I can't think of anything right now. Anyway, and then Rax told the location of like a hidden entrance into the peaks, a cave.
He said there was one.
There was one. There you go.
He didn't give like mapped directions, but he made it aware that there is one. Yeah.
44
there is one.
north.
Yeah. Anyway,
Here are the coordinates.
36
Yeah.
paces from the entrance to the left.
He said he made it known that there was a hidden entrance. There was a hidden entrance somewhere in the deserted peaks. And then it was revealed that this person was actually Jewel. Oh yeah, we learned that Obsidian Jewels were the brother heads of the city. And it's also the main exports of this town.
Not the brothers.
Yes, let's export the brothers from the town. They're the alcohol, the gin and the vodka made by their family, their estate is the main export.
I don't know why that tickled me so bad.
Yes.
Yes.
Let's
that's
export
what
the
happens.
brothers. Yeah, you're right. Hold on, I need to give you a thing.
Yeah, it was a small cave off the side of the peaks to sneak in and out of.
To go on adventures by himself. Sometimes he'd try to bring his friend, but he never went.
There you go, Fern, you have a DM. I'm curious to know if Fern knows what it is. You can DM me. Anyway, yes, that's where you left off. You also, the last words that were uttered were that brother We'd be delighted to see you, or something along those lines. And so here you are in the Confidant, sitting at the poker table playing cards with the gentleman who introduced himself as his table name of Ruby. Sets down the cards he was originally shuffling and pushes them into the center of the table, and then looks at the stack of spoils he had been gaining during his time here, looks back at the barkeep and goes, "Use the rest for the rounds for the folks," and then gets up and heads towards the door.
I'm gonna assume this is a get up and follow thing.
You can assume what you like.
Downs the rest of his, because that's what he's assuming too.
There's no way I'm downing this completely filled glass of wine. There's no fucking way. I'd catch no end of shit for that.
How dare you down wine?
I said I'm not! She's had, like, I would, like, if it had been a normal pour, she'd probably had, like, maybe, like, half of it in the time that we've been here. But considering that it was, like, a finger width from the top.
Yeah. Yeah.
Rex also has a big mouth, so, like, maybe a quarter mouthful.
Yeah, mouthful is relative. But
Yeah.
she's also going to give, like, a nod of appreciation toward Jolan at the bar before getting up and
Like,
following Ruby.
he's currently, like, shining a glass with a dirty rag, and he kind of sees your gesture, and he just gives, like, a see you later kind of wave
The
with his
mock
hand.
salute,
Yeah,
gosh.
not even, like, just, like, a half wave. It's just because my
Okay.
elbows are on the desk, so,
Yeah.
sorry. It would be about this height. But yeah,
Rex is
you...
doing the same thing as he did.
You follow Ruby out into the sodden streets and to the torrential thunderstorm weather in the slums. And you hear the low rumbles of thunder since you arrived, and you don't know whether or not you caused it, or if it was already a thing and you just happened to be lightning landing in the middle of a storm. But being in the backs of Beyonds, you are getting covered in the sloshed up mud and just the general disgusting underfoot slippery just dirt and waste below your feet. You can see that where gazes were following you as you entered, they're now avoiding you. No one's looking in your direction. You see people turning into buildings and going into shelter and getting out of the rain instead of coming towards you. You see that the children who were once scurrying around, running past and under you and all around you and dotting between groups of people are now being held back by figures, be it parental or siblings or just caretakers. They're being held away from you. Their excitement hasn't dropped. They see new faces, but they're being restrained. They're being kept from wandering. And Ruby leads you through these streets out into the this sort of crossroad, and then back up towards the way you came. And never once looking back, never once making a sound towards you, never once questioning anything, just assuming, or perhaps maybe listening for you following. Their posture holds strong, and that they stand with an like a pride about them, but it's not necessarily like a regal pride. It's more of a like they are confident in themselves and who they are, and you can tell that just by the way that they hold themselves. They're sort of their chin up a little bit, their shoulders back and tall, straight posture and confident strides, that they're comfortable where they are and comfortable in themselves. They're not worried by the people around you. And they lead you back through towards Main Street and take you onto the road, the busy thoroughfare that you had been in earlier today. And the energy here is no less, even though it is getting sort of towards the later parts of the afternoon. And you still see, you know, multiple carts going up and down, horses' hooves on the stonework, people chattering, marketplaces, market sellers yelling and beckoning and calling and talking about their deals and what they're selling. You see just the general public alive. People are, you know, seeing people they know as they're passing on the street and stopping for conversations. And yes, Cassian especially is still seeing the people pickpocketing, even in this area. And as Ruby gets to the edge of where the side streets meet this far end of Main Street, they straighten themselves out, they pull their shirt a little bit, they check their collar, they dust themselves off, they make sure they look presentable. Excuse me. And what was their long red hair, which was down and left, is now being pulled into a tighter braid, but with nothing to attach it at the bottom. He's just using the natural wetness of the rain to hold it in place. And he makes himself presentable. And
Could
then
I have pulled my hood up when we went out in the rain? Just for
yeah.
backtracking a little bit. I didn't want to interrupt.
No, that's fine. Any aesthetic things like that is fine.
One of the
And
reasons
also,
Rex
you know,
got such a
keep
big
yourself
hood
dry.
is to have peepers here.
And Lynn is obediently hopping along behind, getting absolutely clarted in mud from both your splashes and his own hops, but he is still acting like a normal rabbit wearing clothes. But yeah, he is now dirty and sodden and just like upset. Because he's just like, Fluff is all mud and just rained on, and yeah, but he is doing his best to look the part.
Like, scoop him up.
Are you speaking to him? Or are you?
No, she's gonna like turn and like make like a gesture to like when you're trying to get like a pet. It's like, you want to come up, like the non-verbal gesture.
Roll me an insight check.
Oh god, it's a disadvantage still. I'm trying. Oh, I rolled it to GM. I'm sorry. The 8s return. The 8s are back.
Boy.
What the fuck?
Dude,
Our game is cursed. Our game is cursed. Our game is cursed.
We need to cleanse these dice.
It's a completely different fucking day. The page has been reloaded. I don't know.
I don't know. I can't.
I just want to start just rolling at the table.
Well, maybe
You know what,
one
I'm
day.
curious. I'm curious. Hang on.
Oh.
If that's
Maybe
still an 8, I'll be. Is it an 8?
Yeah, I'd say
It
it's still an 8.
It was an 8.
Nope, it was a natural 1. So it was
Okay.
a 7.
Boy.
I'll take the natural
What's
one.
an 8?
Wasn't any better.
So you don't know why, but he seems like he's ignoring you.
All right, fine.
He just kind of like takes a couple extra hops away from you.
Oh, fine. Fuck me, I guess.
But yes, you get to Main Street. He is just like covered in slop. It's gross. But he is doing his best to remain in character. And Ruby sets himself up and centers himself and takes like a okay, here we go kind of breath, and then steps out into the street.
The mental preparation of
Yeah, basically, like literally.
assuming the persona. Gosh, Rutan's familiar with this shit.
Yeah. And he steps out into the street and immediately eyes are on him. And he takes a couple of steps out the street and then a couple of kids run over and they're like, Jillian! He's like, hi, yes, hello, how are you today? And they're like, we're good. So are you, do you know when Blake's gonna come out to play? Well, Blake's busy. He's doing a lot of work just now, so he can't come out as much. But I'll let him know you're thinking of him. And then another one goes, I practiced like you told me to. Do you want to see? And he's like, unfortunately, I've got some friends that I need to take to a meeting, so I can't hang around for too long. But I'll be stopping at, a couple of markets up the road. And then he leans down to the children's line and goes, who's selling the best fruit today? And they all get excited and giddy. And they're like, oh, well, I think Margaret's got really nice apples. And then there's another one that goes, and Jacob? Well, Jacob's selling vegetables, but they're really good, and my mom said that they're really good for stews. And he's like, okay, well, that's really useful information. Thank you very much. Now, I think you should go back to what you were doing, and I'm going to take my friends to a meeting if that's okay. But I'll come and see you soon. And they're like, okay, you promise? He's like, I promise. And then he stands up and ruffles one of the hair, and they run off. And you see, like, the parents off in the corner give, like, a very, like, respectful, like, hello kind of nod. And you continue up the street. You're at the far end of Main Street, so it's a fair walk to get to the middle point. But he seems to be on a mission. And he sort of gives you, like, a half shrug over his shoulder and, like a, I don't want to say coy roll of the eyes, but, it's like a, here's my everyday kind of thing. You know what I mean? Yeah, like,
So, welcome to
there
my
you
life,
go.
eye roll.
Yeah.
Such it is.
Yeah. And he walks most of the way up the street and stops off at a couple of market stops along the way. One of them does happen to be an older gentleman who he refers to as Jacob, and he buys a selection of vegetables. And there's absolutely no means of, like, bartering involved. Jacob gives a price that's like a couple of pieces of copper less than what's on the card, and then Ruby gives or Julian, as you now know him, gives over the amount suggested on the card. And he does this at a couple of stops along the way, mostly picking up, like, vegetables and things like that. And he does stop at one and get, like, a small sack of rice, and then kind of waves off any of the jewelers that are trying to get his attention, and then continues, and you go most of the way up towards the midpoint of the street before he turns back to you all. None of you have had questions.
Didn't think it was the right time to do that.
I'm simply shopping on the way home. Questions are welcome. General questions, of course.
Where's the best beer in town?
You're asking the head house of the outlet of gin and vodka, where the best beer in our city is?
Or Tam snorts.
Well, I would know where the best gin and vodka is.
Do you? I'm interested.
I've heard. Oh my god, what's the name of the place?
I know.
The Tall Tale.
So you've heard of the tourist locations?
Oh.
See, now
Sure.
locals have certain privileges, and perhaps I can get you in on some of those, provided things go well.
Oh,
But I didn't take you for a beer drinker, and he gives you an up and down.
Well, whiskey's more my poison, but I'm always open to trying different things. Should always try things twice.
Twice.
Yeah. Because, sometimes the first time the conditions aren't right or there's something else going on, so you do it a second time to confirm if it was really that bad, or maybe it was the overall that was bad.
And in your lifetime, you've only ever had one beer.
Oh, no. I've had multiple beers.
You're an interesting one.
I get that a lot.
I'm sure you do. And he kind of gives, like, a general glance across the group, just to see if anyone else wants to pitch in on anything before continuing.
More or less the same. Didn't really seem like the right time, and I found that you learn a lot about a person by observing.
You're the weird one. Got it.
Where
I
would
get
be
that a lot.
where would be the best place for, like, an apple pie?
Usually home.
Well,
Would you like me to pick up some apples?
would you be willing to make apple pie with me?
With you or for you? I feel that you're going to be quite busy once you get where we're going.
Oh, well, we'll see what happens.
My brother has requested a certain dinner, but he didn't specify dessert, so if you would like me to make apple pie, I shall pick up some apples.
Yeah, apple pie.
As you wish. And he heads over to the nearest fruit stall and picks up a couple of apples and looks them over.
I can't believe that you just got the head of the city to agree to make you apple pie.
Shines one on his wet shirt, looks at it and puts it down, picks up another one, does the same, and waves off and goes up a couple more and buys some apples there. Pretty good looking apples. Adding to his shopping list. And every interaction he has is very polite and very, like, you know, he genuinely asks, you know, how are sales, how's things going, how's your day been, how's the family, that kind of thing. Like, he does the personal questions as if he genuinely gives a shit about the people he's speaking to. And you can see that as you're... Oh, no, sorry, go on.
Sorry, I was say after like a couple stalls, I'll be like, I'll just ask, oh, how are you doing? How's everything?
Personally, I'm fine. I mean, it's upsetting the situation that myself and my brother find ourselves in, but... Well, that's what you're here to fix, and we shall discuss that at home. But personally, physically, I'm wonderful. Probably one of the fittest I've been in a long time. But that's just because I've been getting out more and seeing the people. Which is what I do.
That's good.
Unfortunate weather, I apologize. Though I do believe that was our doing.
Wonder
Right,
about
fortuitous.
Well, I mean, you could have taken the long way and it might have been a nice day today.
Usually with these things, it's the sooner you address it, the faster it's dealt with.
The less complications that can arise.
Typically.
Typically.
Well, you're in for an interesting evening, then.
Excited.
Look forward to it.
None of you have anything I need to know about in terms of dietary requirements, right? You don't have any, like, religious needs or allergies or various other preferences.
Well, maybe like a vegetarian dish.
Brother requested a stir fry, which is... I can leave the meat out of it, no problem.
No other preferences here.
I eat most things, so I'm good to go.
I'm sure you do. And carries on with you, and like anyone that passes and he stops, he speaks to them and has a very short conversation, then states, you know, friends going to a meeting have to go, like the same almost rehearsed story.
Like, can't stay.
Yeah, it's like, I appreciate you, it's nice to know that you're doing well, you know, like I do genuinely care, but I have an appointment. Like
It's like when you're at the grocery store to pick up a couple of things, but you keep running into everybody you know, and they all
like
wanna
every
talk.
other aisle. Yeah, and it's like, oh, you know, and like
No, I'm really just picking something up. I really have to go home.
My cousin's eldest is going into school. I'm like, cool, I don't even know who your cousin is. But no, he's more polite than that, and he seems to genuinely like appreciate anyone that stops. And you get like pretty much the half. Sorry, carry on.
What would you say is your favorite food that you ever had?
Whew, that's quite a difficult question, considering I've done most of the cooking myself since we were young.
I guess then favorite dish.
To prepare?
One to prepare and one to eat.
Well, I do quite enjoy making cookies. But in terms of eating, I enjoy sharing, sorry, excuse my English, sharing a large stew with friends and family. That's
Any
probably the most rewarding.
any kind of stew in particular, or just stew in general?
Just stew in general, or a big pot of soup and some nice bread.
Hmm.
Something that brings everyone together, gives them a hearty meal, and then I can watch them all being happy together. That's the most rewarding thing.
I like that.
We do what we have to here.
I like stews are always great because they just kind of like warm up your heart
It's comfort
and everything
food.
out.
Mm-hmm. Yes. Well, and brother requests what brother wants, and what brother wants, brother gets. So. And he continues off. And he takes you almost all the halfway up, and you pass like various venues and things that all greet him as they go past. Like you can hear the people inside the venues, like the actual owners, like saying, "Oh, Jillian, hi, have a nice day." Like, they greet him as they walk past, and he gives like the polite wave, and like there's no end to it. Like he is front and center celebrity walking up Main Street in the city. And eventually he takes you off a side street that leads through the back streets behind all the markets and deeper into the heart of the city, away from the ocean. And both the rain and the people are relentless, but the crowds are definitely thinning the further away you get from Main Street. And there's a couple of moments where he stops to take into accord like some buildings that are perhaps needing repaired, or like someone's fence that needs fixing, and sort of takes a mental note of it and where you are. But other than that, nothing really stops him in his tracks after you leave Main Street. And you're walking for probably close to another hour or so into the middle of the city until you suddenly come to this. The best way I can explain it is a stone wall with a metal thin post gate on top of it with like spikes at the top of the posts.
Oh,
So think
okay.
like very like gothic black metal gates surrounding a
Yeah,
garden.
you're not scaling this one.
Yeah, basically. You see resting in the center a large house. When I find the reference for you, also, I just heard my cats causing chaos downstairs, and that's what distracted me. And the house is sort of set up a little bit on a perch. And the reason I say on kind of a perch is that it's also almost like a grassy mound that's like lower towards the gate where you are, or the fence where you are, and raises up as a natural slope to a house that is sitting on top of it. And this is the one place that you've seen that has natural greenery surrounding it. And when I say the term garden, I'm using this phrase loosely because for about 50 feet around this house is just overgrown, unruly hedges and trees and plants. And it almost looks like a disaster rather than a garden because no one cares for it, and no one's like, it's not like it's alive, but it's also not dead at the same time. Like, it's not blooming with flowers, nobody's been out to cut the grass, like things are just left to fall and lie, nature is left to do its thing. Yeah. And there's not even so much of like a real path that leads up from the side where you come in. And also, the longer you look at it, you realize that you don't see a front door on what you would consider the front of this house. But, the house itself, unlike the garden, looks well kept now that you're looking at it. You see that this is a 3-story, I would say, it's kind of between a manor and a house. Like, it's kind of like in between. It's not necessarily massive, but it's also not like a family home. You know what I mean? Like, it is an estate for all intents and purpose. And you see that what you would consider the front of the house is large balconies that curl around and extend off of it. And beautiful large windows which are designed to let in the light. And you see also that there's ivy that has been left to grow and climb up the walls, almost as if this disaster of a garden is absorbing the house into it. It just looks like it is part of the furniture, so to speak. You see that from this angle, there looks to be some kind of glass conservatory on the back of the house, but you can't really get a good look at it. You see there's like the faint glow of light there, but you can't really see into it. All you're seeing is like the outside edge of this area. The roof itself, you can see, is made up of really nice slates, grayish in color, that are glistening and being battered by the storm. And the curtains in the windows are mostly draped open, but it's to the point that they're made to look like they've been open, but they're not open to the point of being able to see in. You know, it's like, I opened the curtain today, congratulations me, but they're really like a tiny little slit.
Yeah, it's like
It's like okay, I moved it.
yeah.
They're like
Just
they're
enough
like
to let like a sliver of light inside.
yes, and it's like tied back, but it's just like the full length of the
Yeah.
cord has been done. Like it's not actually wrapped around to pull it away. It's just like cool, they're tied open. Like that's it. It's the full length of the cords that you can see. And there are a few windows that are flickering with lights that suggest there is life in this house. You're then led round to what you would have thought was the side to find the gate, a large iron gate that stands taller than any of you, that looks like it has some kind of lock, or at least it used to. And it's hanging, the gate itself is hanging open. Julian gestures for you to step onto the grass, which was maybe once a path because it is shallower than the rest of the grass, but is definitely overgrown and overtaken by nature.
I don't hesitate, I go where he motions.
Yeah,
I have
and
a
you
question. Is this like past where we were at the place that we got the whisked away?
whisked away. So no, whisked away is further up.
Okay, so
It
we
would have been
continue
further up.
going.
So further up Main Street would have been whisked away, but just before the halfway mark, he took you off a side road that led you into the back streets and beyond into the heart of the city.
Does this look like the house that we saw in the hill when we got here?
It does.
Okay.
It does.
Rex is gonna whisper to Peepers, knowing that probably Cassian can hear him. I knew we were looking for a big house like this. Side streets. Because I think I had mentioned to everybody that we should probably look for it.
You did, yes. So you step inside, he closes the gate, and it does that horrible metal screeching sound as he pushes it shut behind you all. Before he gestures to the side of the house, which is actually where the front door is. You're getting the impression that this house is built strange. Considering that you were brought to what you would consider the front house, and it was presented to you in the way that it looks magnificent sitting up on the hill, having the doors on the side is an odd statement. But regardless, they stand in all their glory, heavy, dark, black wooden doors. And as you're walking up onto the little porch bit to get out of the rain, where there's a little roof that, shelters the front porch, you see that each door has a knocker on it, and it's made of silver and depicts some kind of snake-like face with deep ruby-colored eyes. The snake head looks down and is holding a black metal ring in its jaws, which is used to be lifting the knocker. He looks at you all. He gives like a smile and a faint nod towards the doors. Well, this is home. Welcome to my home. Welcome to our home. Let's get you out of the rain. Get you into a little bit more warmth. Yes? Any questions before I lead you inside? Anything you need to take care of? Anything you'd like me to do?
Would you be okay if I used magic to dry us all off?
By all means.
Okay. Just want to get consent before I...
Magic is allowed in our presence as long as you're in our presence when using it, or warn us before you use it.
Is there no magic allowed in the city? I guess a follow-up on that?
Magic's allowed in the city. We don't have... Our rules are very simple. I'm sure you've seen our laws. That is the only list of laws that we have, so other than that, anything else goes.
Yes. That's why I asked the question, because when you said it's badges only in your presence or let you know, I thought that meant
More
that it wouldn't
specifically,
be.
in our house.
Understood. Sorry. I think a
No,
lot too much.
it's my fault for not clarifying correctly. Brother has always said he is the more eloquent of the two of us.
I will prestidigitate all of us dry, including Bun Bun.
Oh, poor
Aww.
buddy.
Yeah, poor Lynn. Yeah, he is very, very upset right now. He was all muddy and wet and sodden and gross and just like he smelled of whatever you had been traipsing through in the streets. Sorry, I have a cat
Poopy.
by the mic.
I
I'm sorry.
offered to pick him up.
I know you did. He knows you did. Persephone, can you not put your ass right up to the microphone? Thank you.
Everyone needs to see my asshole.
That's what she likes to believe. But yes, he gives a couple of knocks, like literally 2 solid knocks, before then turning the handle and pushing the door open inside. And where you may be expecting a beautiful, elegant hallway, you see what looks more like a run-down, unloved interior. You see a long carpet that extends the length of this 55-foot long hallway, give or take. That's only about, 35 foot wide and then 20 feet tall. So like long, wide, tall. And there are a few doors that are across the way. But the main thing that catches your eye is how unloved this place is. The walls have cracks in them, the carpets on the stairs and the rug leading to the stairs is tattered and worn and definitely in need of some cleaning and some refurbishment. You see that the deep wood flooring that sort of carries itself throughout this entire area is well worn, well used. Could be used with a sweep and a polish, that kind of thing. You see that there's very little in terms of decoration. There's a couple of pictures of landscapes and a large grandfather clock that seems like it's not working, so you can't hear the deep ticking noise that you'd expect from a grandfather pendulum clock. But regardless, home is home, and home comforts are home comforts.
Rattan was like preparing to maybe like wipe her boots when she got inside, then she's like,
Yeah.
doesn't say anything,
Don't
like
bother.
keeps her expression schooled, but she was like, never mind.
So yeah, sorry. I decided to eat a chicken nugget because you were talking.
That's okay. I'm sorry.
Anticipating you saying talking
I'm
more.
sorry I didn't talk more.
I'm gonna be honest, Rex was half expecting this only because like the outside's kind of
Like, I'm not at all
overgrown.
shocked. I am not at all shocked. Like the fact
No.
that the outside was so unloved.
Yep.
It's kind of like, cool. Does it function? I don't give a shit.
So from where you can see when you come in, there are 4 doors that immediately catch your attention. So there's 2 on each side of the hallway that you can see. None of them, in fact, no, one of them is open, and it's the door closest to you on the left wall. And it looks to lead into what could be like a lounge or a guest greeting room, like somewhere you take guests and
A
you sit and have
sitting room.
tea, and yeah, kind of. That looks to have like rows of cabinets that have various drinking glasses and that kind of thing in it. But other than that, all the other doors hang closed. Julian leads you into the main hallway and then to the second door on the left-hand wall, and sets the groceries that he had got down on the counter, like not counter, like the how you have like that stupid table in your hallway.
Yeah, the fucking entryway table that everybody has.
That everyone has. Just basically chucks everything there. Well, brace yourself. But know you are safe.
All right.
And
Anything we should mind before? Any tips?
if you play a game, be better at it than he is. If you make a joke, make him laugh. And know that he is not a very patient gentleman.
Noted.
Thank you for the heads up. Appreciate it.
You're welcome. Now, obviously I'll be there shortly, but I should tend to the supplies. And he gestures to the lump of groceries he's just chucked on the table. He then pushes open a big dark wood door that creaks open into the warmth of a lounge. And the lounge itself is a 55-foot wide, 50-foot tall, 20-foot high room. That is interesting because it looks like it's well kept while also being lived in. There's olive-colored drapes that hang open just enough to let in the light from the outside, or what little of the light there is because of the storm currently absolutely thundering down. And the window frames themselves are cracked pale wooden frames. The beige-colored sofa is made of leather, and it sits between the two windows in this room. And it looks almost new, but the unplumped cushions suggest that it has been used recently. 2 armchairs of matching design are positioned facing a roaring fireplace, and they definitely look far more used than anything else. There's a wooden table with a pale-colored tablecloth that hangs off of it, that stands behind one of the armchairs, and on top of it, scattered around, are piles of papers with absolutely no order or care to their placement. On the table, something else is there, and it looks like a milk jug that has been fashioned to be a vase, where some wilting yellow flowers are sitting as if trying to desperately add life or decoration to this otherwise dull room. Stacks of old newspapers and empty teacups are littered on this table as well, all in all adding to the mess but lived-in feel of this room. Large shelving units and closets or cabinets are lining most of the walls in here, and the top half, some of them have panes of glass, which are clear to see through, and they're packed with books of all different sizes, spine colors. And, like sizes, like widths. One thing that does strike you, especially Cassian, is that none of these books have any markings on them. None of the spines have writing, or authors, or pictures, or depictions, or any kind of indication of what may be inside these books. All in all, the wall space is covered, and anything that isn't covered by a shelf is covered by picture frames, mismatched size, nature, and style, including materials that they are made of. And you see in many of these pictures people who none of you recognize. There's women, men, children, families, landscapes. Mostly people, though, different groups of people, no 2 people looking the same. And the one thing that does strike you as odd, considering the large fireplace and the mess that's in here, is there not a single lick of dust or soot in this room. There's a double glass door at the back and the back corner of this room that you'd expect to lead out to the conservatory given where you are in the house and what you saw from the outside, but there doesn't seem to be any kind of distinction between the walls of the house and the outer wall, other than these solid glass doors which do let in a little bit of light, but from where you are you can't see through them. Seated in the leftmost armchair is an individual dressed head to toe in black. They're slumped in the chair with their arm resting on the chair's arm, clutching in an overhand grip a little short glass filled with a clear liquid and a couple of cubes of ice. This espresso-skinned masculine figure has fingers covered in rings and a band of gold around their wrist, which you soon determine as some kind of watch or timekeeping piece. They have short jet black hair that has been messily pulled back and off their face, and their shirt has been left unbuttoned a little bit. You can tell by the way that their collar flops. You can definitely see that they're muscular, and as they raise the glass to their lips, they take a slow drink and lower their hand again. Silent, other than for the clinking ice in their glass. You hear over your shoulders, "Brother, they've arrived." And I will send you a reference image.
Turn go.
He probably had to reload his roll 20.
Yes, it crashed.
Fun.
There you go. He doesn't say anything. He's somewhat with his back to you, so you're kind of, for position's sake, I might be able to put you in on a map. Let me find my map. You can choose who's in front or where you all stand once I pull you over. Lynn is not standing in a bookcase. And I will reveal the area. Give me a second. I know you can't see yourself. Don't panic. You are here.
Okay, I didn't know if I needed to scroll down or not.
No. It's not that big of a map. Those are the glass doors. Okay. Shift click, you fuck. Thank you. Choose however you wish to stand. You can stand in whatever order you want.
I mean, I'm okay being up front. I feel like that's where Rattan would be.
Rex is probably.
But I don't want to
taking
leave,
up
like,
here.
Lynn in the hallway. I was thinking of Rax and Lynn at the same time.
Yeah, so he doesn't come all the way in. But yeah. So for positioning wise, he's kind of got his back to you. You can see, like, sort of over his shoulder, but yes. There you are.
And then, sorry. Julian
Mm-hmm.
said,
Brother,
you
they've
were-
arrived.
yes. Has he looked at us or no?
He
No.
hasn't moved. He hasn't even said
The only
shit.
thing he did was take a drink from his glass.
All right then. Hello, pleasure to meet you, Cassian. Where would you like us to sit or stand? Whichever you prefer.
And there's another slow raise and sip as he sets his hand down. And unlike Jillian, who's a little bit more warmer, this gentleman's voice is a lot deeper, a lot more gravelly, and definitely more authoritative. There's a small hinge of definitely a almost bitter tone to it, but not necessarily directed at you. It just seems like a general tone to his speaking. Whatever you prefer, I suppose.
I'll sit next to him at the fireplace.
You go for the seat, and just as you're away to sit down, he puts a finger up. He lowers his finger.
Not that seat though. Got it.
Rex will walk around to the other side and kind of like warm himself a little bit by the fire.
Mhm.
Respectful distance, but
No,
more
I mean
or
he
less
doesn't.
just-
He doesn't seem phased by your presence near him. He also doesn't look at you. Yeah, the fire is roaring, as warm, as
Yeah.
welcoming.
Oh, well, no. She's not gonna want to go near that. I forgot about that.
Yeah, no, Rattan's not gonna want to be anywhere near that fireplace.
Like instinct, like second nature, like autopilot kicks in because normally, like, she would go and like position herself near the fireplace. It's what she like does whenever she meets with the king in that room. But then she's like, oh fuck, never mind. So she's just gonna stop. Yeah, right around there.
Lynn is obediently hopping behind Cassian, almost as if he's Cassian's familiar. And that is how he's acting.
Fuck it. I'm not gonna be weird and stand. I'm gonna sit next to Cassian. Not like right on your lap, sorry.
Just like, hey, Cassian!
Yeah, no, she would have taken her hood down like when she got in the house, because that's like proper etiquette.
Mhm.
And yeah, she would just sit on the couch and cross one leg over the other.
He lets you all get situated. You hear the door close behind you as Julian leaves to do whatever he needs to do. And Rax, given your position, you see that in the other hand, now that you can see it, this gentleman is holding a small stack of paperwork that he seems to be like reading off of. And after you all get situated, he lowers it and he just kind of looks at the table and then just kind of like tosses it to the side. And just lets the papers fall wherever they land. So you're the ones she sent, huh?
Yes, we are. We're the Horizon Hunters is what we call ourselves.
And Cassian, was it?
Yes, indeed.
Are you the designated leader of these Horizon Hunters? Given you're the one who
You
stated
see
his name.
Rattan slide her head over toward you and just cock one eyebrow.
What were you saying, Zoe?
He says, considering you're the one who introduced themselves and are the only one who has done so far.
I don't know if I'm considered a designated leader. More like we all kind of vote and decide what we want to do together.
It's a team effort, not a single person run organization. My apologies for not introducing myself sooner. Rattan Zal here.
Max puts his hand on his chest as if, like, saying, I'm Shep Executor.
Pleasure to make all of your acquaintance, I assume. You've probably read my name is Obsidian. The locals refer to me as Blake, the eldest of the two brothers.
Which would you prefer
That
us
is
to
correct.
refer to you as?
Depends on who you're speaking to.
You.
Then my name is fine.
So, Blake,
Hmm.
we've read the details, and we would like to help as best and quietly and quickly as possible. So, and we don't want to take up too much of your time.
Oh, no, please take as much time as you need to get this done. Yes, being quick is good, because it gets it over with faster. But sometimes time is necessary once you start something. And so be thorough. By
That's
all
the
means.
intention.
Obviously, be careful who you speak to and what you speak to, is that a matter? Nothing is ever truly a secret. I suppose you'd like to know what exactly was stolen from us, is that correct?
And
That
any
was going to be
details
the-
surrounding the event.
That's going to be the next question.
There
Well, I
were
guess the next question was going to be: would you like to get straight to business, or would you like to eat first, or how's your day going? Are you doing all right?
Rax looks over at you, Cassian, like,
There's an
let this
amused-
settle down.
There's like an amused rumble of a chuckle. Businesses will tend to business. We can have a break and have dinner once dinner is prepared. Julian is so kindly making stir fry this evening. I had actually sent him out for what we needed when he found all of you. I'm assuming he was drinking again, but that's nothing new. In terms of my day, it's frustrating at best, but somebody has to do the paperwork. It's delightfully dull. As for myself, I'm fine. Slightly annoyed, but fine.
Considering
Anything
the
else?
situation, I can't necessarily blame you for that frustration.
Oh no, the situation is frustrating. I'm frustrated for other reasons presently, but I appreciate the gesture and the sentiment. Any other pressing questions before I give you some information?
I'm more a person who's straight to business.
There were 4 things stolen from us. A ring, a brooch, a crown, and an earring.
Hang on. Ring, a
Uh-huh.
brooch, a
Uh-huh.
crown, and an earring.
Yes.
Surprised I actually remembered that. I'm usually only good at twos.
Would that be a pair of earrings or just like an earring for one ear?
There is one missing.
You see Rattan snap her eyes over to you as if maybe she has an idea about that, Cassian.
Two of them are, well, three of them are technically family heirlooms, and one of them is a failsafe.
Heirlooms. One is a fail.
Are any of these items magical in nature?
All of them. Some of them more potent than others. Three of them you've probably never heard of before. One of them, if any of you are well versed in the arcane, will understand. The failsafe is a ring of wishes.
That's literally Rattan's reaction.
And we had one left. Last it was in my possession.
A ring of wishes. Failsafe.
And that was the least expensive item on the list. If that gives you any idea what you're dealing with, you may now understand why this is such a secret.
And the frustration.
Would you be able to give a detailed description of the ring itself?
Well, after you've investigated the crime scene, I'll be able to show you drawings of each item.
That would be wonderful.
Extremely helpful for what, especially the spells I have prepared today.
The others have very strong enchantments on them, very unique enchantments on them, and things that are unlikely to ever be replicated accurately. The one that is personal to me and my heirloom was the Obsidian earring of information and intel.
You're gonna have to give me a little second.
Yeah, that's fine.
Obsidian
Earring was
earring of information and intel?
Yes.
This was Obsidian's personal favorite.
This was his
Obsidian's
personal heirloom. Yeah.
Heirloom. And it's the earring.
The Obsidian earring of information and intel.
And so. Okay.
Unable to be tracked or backtracked, it is incredibly useful for keeping tabs on everything, which is my specialty.
You said it cannot be located or tracked?
Yes.
Fuck.
The object itself or the gathering of information?
Both. It takes a very, very, very skilled individual to be able to see through being watched by this thing. It's nigh on impossible to be detected. Which is what makes it so wonderful and so precious and so useful to me, and I hate that this is a blot on my record.
We'll endeavor to make sure that it's a short one.
The heirloom to Julian is the ruby brooch of resurrection.
Fuck. She doesn't say that, I'm saying.
Call it a secondary failsafe if you will, given its nature. It's potent in its abilities, but limited in its time frame. It can only be used once every half year, and you have to be attuned to it in some way or another. Jillian is fond of it, but he's being strong in that he's saying he's fine. It's special to him. It was a gift from our adopted mother. And the final thing, which even saying the name out loud is considered taboo, is the crown of dominance and manipulation. My advice, do not put it on. If you ever lay your hand or your eyes on it, but this is why we need a failsafe. The crown itself can be used by anyone, though it is considered a curse, as once you attune to it and wear it, you can name a certain place, be it city or establishment or country even, or continent. You could name a group of people or a type of beast or monster and force your will and dominance over all of those affected.
Whoa.
It does not affect higher beings, so deities and gods, but if you are taken under the influence of this, you will be under the influence for a year unless you are harmed by the individual in possession of it. The drawback for the individual who has possession of it is that once they have specified their dominance, they cannot take this crown off, and they will die 10 years to the day after using it. Each year, their life being sapped out as power for the Arcana in this.
It was 10 years after?
10 years after, yes. If you try to remove it by force, you will likely kill the person wearing it. And if you try and destroy it, it will create a burst of necrotic energy strong enough to level a city.
Good to know.
The failsafe is to get it off.
To wish it off.
That is the only way it can be safely removed.
Even a way of removing curses won't.
No. People have tried and failed, according to the history books. Now, no one in my lifetime has ever donned it, which is a good thing. And we obviously try and protect these things the best of our ability, but sometimes, or in this case, once, someone or something has slipped past. And they found them, and they took them. We have reason to believe it was outsiders, because no one in our city is stupid enough to so much as try.
Rattan looks at Cassian. Well, I might be able to think of one person stupid enough to try.
Rex is also looking over at you, nodding.
Might turn out that our other goal aligns with this job as well. Does the name Saran Latimer mean anything to you?
Only through knowing who they are and who in relation they work for. I've never personally met them. I know they frequent. Sorry for you're muted. Sorry, carry on. I didn't mean to speak over you.
Oddly enough, I don't suspect them of this.
Why would you consider that odd?
I feel like, well, I feel like Saran would be too proud to resort to that.
Not if he's desperate.
Desperation leads to drastic measures.
But not writing anyone off yet. Would you be able to show us where this transpired?
If you're ready. Unless you'd like some tea or a drink first. We don't have tea. We only have alcohol.
Offers tea, doesn't have tea.
Obsidian.
Anyone else?
Actually, would like to try the vodka.
Same.
Pandering to me, are you?
I don't pander. Sorry to say.
I find that hard to believe. But you can judge a lot about a person by observing. There's a smirk as he says that.
Said much the same to your brother, and he called me the weird one.
I'm aware. I heard the conversation.
Ooh. Clever.
He heads over to one of the cabinets and takes out, and he doesn't bother about putting fingers in glasses. He just grabs them topside and places them haphazardly on the table that is strewn with all of the mess. And he takes out a tall bottle with a sort of twisted design and a dark colored label and a dark colored top. It has no writing on it. He flicks the lid, which unscrews it, and it goes across the room, like just one flick, one gesture. Yeah, and then doesn't even measure, just pours into the glasses on the table, leaving one empty. He then gets up, puts it back, gets another bottle, and it's sort of like a hexagonal shaped bottle, which he then pours into the final glass. He puts from which you didn't even realize was a thing before, but from the bottom drawer section of this cabinet, he pulls it open and there looks to be like a slicing table where there are lemons and limes already pre-cut that have been kept fresh in this area. And he puts a couple in the glasses he poured from the tall bottle, he puts lime in each of them. And then into the bottle into the final glass, he puts in a red colored liquid from a short bottle. Then gives Rex and Rattan 2 of the glasses with lime in them. Gives Cassian the red colored one.
Thank you.
And then poured himself one of the clear colored ones. You're welcome. Enjoy. It's probably not as strong as you're expecting, but I would also suggest not shotting it.
Sip and savor.
Yeah, she takes the advice.
Yep, and it's for Rex and Rattan, it's a sweet flavored vodka. It's smooth and sophisticated with a lingering sweetness, and there's also like almost like a charcoal kind of taste to it. It's definitely luxury. Like you can tell that it's not your standard run of the mill, get it out in the shelves. It's definitely well made. And the hint of lime gives it that little bit of a crisp to the sweetness that just kind of ties it all together. For Cassian, this is definitely more of like a mixed liqueur kind of taste is the best, like a sweet liqueur. And you're getting that's more from the red colored liqueur that he added to it rather than the gin itself. It's definitely more of like a sticky taste compared to what Rax and Rattan are drinking, but there's almost a freshness to it. Like, if it was to be painting a picture, you'd see like fields of like greenery and fruits and vegetables that have just been plucked at their height of ripeness that have been then combined into this drink, which is sticky, sweet, but very, very refreshing.
Very good.
Very well made.
Yeah.
Very high quality. Very.
Rex's face will read as much as he's like tasting the sweetness. He's gonna be like really good.
Rattan has the face of someone who is normally not like a vodka drinker, being like,
Yeah, this is
"Fucking
like
bad."
this is unbelievably drinkable.
What the hell? Every other time I've had vodka tasted like nail polish remover.
No, this one's sweet. And then he looks at Peepers and then down at Len. He's like, "Should I get Julian to fetch a bowl for your pets?"
Rex just lifts his glass up and she'll just take some from it.
Yeah, and she like leans over. Her face is too big to get in the glass, and she kind of looks at you like, "Well, tip it, asshole."
Well, no, he was like he lifts it up to her because.
Oh yeah, but she didn't wait for you to tip it first.
I'll tip my glass towards Bun.
Towards Lynn, who kind of sniffs it, and like all of you can roll an insight check on this.
Yeah,
but
I will try.
he does pull a face as he does it.
Come on. Oh, okay.
No, wait, so far. Well. Okay. You can all tell that he is regretting acting like a rabbit right now. Because he does the instinctual animal pulling away from strong smell kind of thing. That's the face he was making. But yeah, there's definitely a hint of regret in his reaction. And then he kind of gives like doe eyes up at Cassian as if to say, "I'm a rabbit, not me. Like, treat me normally. Treat me like a pet." Like he's giving you that, "Please stop feeding me alcohol. I'm trying to put on a persona."
I'll take it away. Everyone feeds their pets alcohol at some point.
You never.
Typically not gin.
Floor beer is great for dogs.
Floor beer is not gin for a rabbit. This is the worst equivalent ever. Yeah, I gave him a juice box. It was gasolina. I'm sure they'll be fine.
Evidently. You sip, you savor. You enjoy the warmth of the fireplace. Is there anything specific anyone's looking for or at in this room? Anything you'd like to know about the room while we are enjoying your beverage?
I mean, I'll let everyone else go first.
No.
Fern has a list!
I have questions.
Fucking shit.
With a closer look, Rex is just gonna see if he can see anything on the spines of the books, but I'm assuming nothing.
No, don't even have to make a perception check. There is nothing on the spine.
And there is nothing even remotely common among any of the people that are in the portraits. Like nothing that could suggest that maybe there's relation or anything like that.
Are
They all
you
look
looking
different.
from afar, or are you getting up close and looking at each picture while you're drinking?
Yeah, like she'll kind of like, she's sipping and savoring, it's kind of like, you just kind of like mull around.
You're doing the art gallery thing?
Not, I guess, yeah.
Okay, you can roll me an
She's
investigation.
staying away from any of like the documents because she doesn't want to give the impression that she's being nosy.
Yeah, you can roll me an investigation, please.
That's a -1 at disadvantage, but okay.
No, you don't see nothing particularly stands out to you. Nope.
I'm so fucking sad.
Cassian.
I hate my life.
I'll just ask, so what are there any interesting books, or are they just, I like to read a lot. I noticed there weren't any names on the spines.
Depends on what you define as interesting. There's a lot of history of Obari. There's a lot on shipbuilding and maintaining. There's a lot on running a crew. There's a lot on appraisals of jewels. There's people, places.
Yeah, all that is very interesting.
Well, then, yes, there are multiple interesting books in here, Cassian.
You
Yeah.
have you read them all?
Every single book in this house, yes.
Would you be interested in doing like a book exchange sometime?
No.
Cassian trying to make all the book pen pals right now. He's trying to sign up to every monthly book subscription.
These books are part of a collection that I have curated myself.
Those are the best kinds of collections when you are the personal curator.
I have had years and years to do so.
What's been your favorite book that you've read?
I think the one that vividly stands out for me was a detailed description on how to build a passenger ship for long distance sailing.
It's
Is
quite
that something
interesting.
that you have a particular passion or interest for?
Yes and no. I have to be aware of a lot of things, and as a city that does a lot of trade from overseas, knowing the ins and outs of your transport and knowing the best and worst ways to transport things on a vessel is ideal.
Practical.
Useful.
She nods.
Knowing where you can and can't hide things is also very useful. Both for knowing how to find and knowing how to stow.
Woodworking books would definitely be applicable and helpful for that too. False cabinets, false flooring, half floors.
Mm-hmm.
Definitely interesting.
You'll find that there are a lot of hidden things in this house, Cassian, and he just points over to the glass door, which both you and Rattan and Rax actually can see out of. You look into it when you're expecting a conservatory, and you actually see what looks more like a greenhouse with with multiple flower arrangements inside, which is completely not the impression it gave from the outside, but also not the shape you assumed it would be.
Quite beautiful.
To your eyes, yes.
And to yours.
How would I explain his flower garden? Disingenuine? A hoax, a lie? A mock presentation? But
In what regards?
you'll have to ask him about that. Julian does love his flowers. Any other pressing questions, Cassian?
Rattan's just smirking at you over the rim of her glass.
Nothing pressing. I don't want to be too intrusive.
Oh no, please ask away.
All right.
Oh,
You
you might
we're
regret
both,
that.
We're both you and your brother are adopted.
Yes and no. We are technically the bloodline of the estate, but because our parents passed when we were young, there was an agreement, a settlement that we would be adopted by a close friend of the family and brought up here. So it wasn't like we were plucked into the family. We took a mother and onto the family. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Yes, actually.
So I guess in actuality, we adopted our mother.
Well, it does kind of work both ways, doesn't it?
Well, she loved us dearly and helped both of us become the men we are today. Each with our own personal likes, dislikes, strengths, weaknesses, personalities. Wonderful woman she was.
I'm sorry for your loss.
That's fine. I appreciate the words. But we have each come to terms with it and have since accepted.
Hmm. So what is the history of the estate? Has the estate always been, I guess, the figureheads of Roku, or?
The estate has been around for. Well, the estate was here when the forests were still here.
Oh,
It's actually the last remaining part of nature that is in the city, which was something that our family has always been proud to say, be it in what most people would consider ruin now. We, as the family, consider it letting nature have its course. If something dies and falls, let it back to the ground and sprout anew. And something that was carried on in tradition from the druids who once lived here. Now, we get a lot of the things that we use to make our alcohol from the land, and we appreciate farmers and the like. Unfortunately, a farm wasn't thriving here, so we set up a port. And our family started making various beverages. Started off with things like aged whiskey, which then got outvoted and placed with ale and things like that, and then moved on to back to spirits again. It's just the different timelines and the different families have each had their own personal preference, and we always try to incorporate that in our lifelines. Each of us has our own signature, and for us, it's gin and vodka. In terms of the actual way that the city was formed, once the city actually started picking up and being built up, it was a haven for people who were cast out. And thievery and fighting and unrest generally filled the streets as they became streets, and someone had to do something about it. So our generations previous decided to run a city of thieves, for thieves, by thieves, and we started from the ground up. We don't consider ourselves nobility by any stretch of the imagination. We just simply have a house and a hill and know what it's like to be at the bottom. We've all been there. And as you can tell, and he gestures around the room, it's not like we exactly throw money at our housing.
it's very enlightening.
It's one way to look at it.
I don't have any other pressing questions.
And if you think about it, it's a way to make sure that you don't lose touch with where you came from and the people that you're trying to help.
It also means you're never caught off guard by their attempted tricks. Which is why, again, I don't think anyone was stupid enough to do what they did to us.
Do
It's
you have
also
any other suspicions? Anyone that, I mean, items that powerful, if someone found out what they did, I can understand the temptation, but do you have any enemies? Anyone who might deliberately try to cross you?
there's a moment where he gives like a half chuckle when you say enemies. You do realize that we are a city of thieves.
I understand the irony in the question.
A lot of people consider us enemies because we are thieves. We don't have active aggression with anyone. If that's what you're asking.
More or less.
There's not of note. Obviously, business disagreements, but nothing. And also, we
Yes.
generally tend not to speak about our family heirlooms openly. People know that we have them, they don't know what they are.
Of course.
Every thief house has their crutch.
I would ask if there was anyone in the city who had aims on your position, but from what I saw on the way here, you and your brother are well loved.
And rightfully so, we genuinely care about our people, unlike most political figures or kings that sit on thrones.
Again, this is why I chose to observe. As you stated, not all in power are, as you stated previously, disingenuous.
You'd be surprised the lies that are kept up top, even from the most honest people in your face. And he nicks the rest of his drink, sets his cup down, and stands up and brushes himself off. Well, to the crime scene, shall we?
After you.
Or scenes, plural. And he leads you out into the hallway, back in and towards the stairs. And then up the stairs into the second floor of the estate. And you're greeted by just a normal hallway. At the top of the stairs, there's a large seat, like curved sofa seat in the front windows of this area, which you can see now is the upper floor where you were seeing the light coming from before. Sat just in front of the curtains is 2 flower pots which match the flowers you saw in the conservatory. And there's almost like he spots them, he looks at you guys taking note of it, and then he rolls his eyes a little bit.
Rattan gives like a wry smile of like she's getting the point.
This is second floor. We have 1 guest room, both of our bedrooms, and the hallway. He gestures to the door, which is currently to your south. He reaches into his back pocket and pulls out what looks like a dark colored key, like a long neck key. It looks, you can, by the scratches that are on the neck of it, you can tell it's used regularly. He pushes it into the key lock and swings the door open and reveals a hallway that is completely, totally, and utterly ruined.
Oh.
And when I say ruined, I mean ruined. It's definitely the sign of someone who've walked through here and set off all of the traps that could be possible. You're seeing like pieces of darts and ball bearings and things that have like fallen from ceilings, things like that. But it also looks like perhaps there was maybe some kind of battle that happened here. There's scorch marks. Looks like furniture has been blasted from a certain area out to the walls. There's paintings hanging off the walls from their frames. Everything and anything in here is just wrecked. There's paperwork all over the floor. There's like torn to shreds, things that have been burned. There's tables that have been tossed over, like book chests that have been thrown and emptied, strewn everywhere. Bits of chairs that like the legs halfway up the hallway and the other one's down near the door. And this hallway looks like it could stretch for maybe like 80 feet to 100 feet. which doesn't make sense given where you are in the house, because there's no way the house is that long. But regardless, it looks like it stretches out in front of you and has multiple different alcoves and branches off. From the ceiling hangs metal, best way I can say it is like cage lanterns, that some of them have been damaged by whatever explosion or traps or whatever has gone off in here. It is a mess. You see just, like, Cassian, you see bits of broken tripwire, like things that have been set off by walking through this room. And honestly, whatever remained in this hallway is just destroyed. However, you do not see any bodies. So whomever has walked through here, or
Got out
whatever
alive
has
somehow.
gone here, has gone out again. Or has been removed.
Rattan mutters under her breath in Celestial, not swearing, but it's kind of like, holy kind of like energy.
And you get like an understanding nod from Blake as you speak.
Well,
May I? Is
if you guys see any blood on the floor or anything, like
I'll
maybe
let you know.
hair, clothing, anything that would probably come from someone that caused this, let me know, because
Yeah,
might have a tool or two to use for that.
right. May I? And she looks at Blake for permission to enter the hallway.
Oh, by all means. Just be careful, not everything is as it seems.
I'm assuming, alright.
I will
And
assure
she-
you that all the traps have been set off. I haven't
That
reset
was my
any.
next question. Thank you.
You're welcome.
And she kind of like steps into the hallway, like under her feet. And she's trying not to make it worse, but at the same time, she realizes this hallway is like fucked.
Yeah, it's
and she
fucked.
she's mostly trying not to like step on anything dangerous and like injure herself in the process. It's like when you're walking over glass that you dropped in your kitchen. So
Mhm.
she's doing that, and she's proceeding down the hallway.
How far is she going?
I'm only taking a couple steps in first,
Okay.
and then she's gonna turn around. Sorry, I just had a blue screen. That was weird. She's gonna turn around. Julian mentioned that if we're going to do any sort of magic in the house, to let you know first.
Mm-hmm.
With your permission.
Let his state be thorough.
She's going to activate Divine Sense and see if there's any remnants of anything nasty in this area.
Can you pop it for me?
Yes, I can. I was scrolling down for it.
Thank you.
That's Divine Health, not the thing that I wanted.
No, I mean, both are great.
I mean, I have both.
Nothing necessarily pings up to you.
Okay, so Cassian, I don't think has ever seen me do Divine Sense. The only time that she did do it was at the ball, and I don't think it was at the table when I did.
No, I
You
was
see
dancing.
these white wisps of energy, like her eyes start glowing this like silvery, warm light, and you see like wisps of what looks almost like smoke or maybe like divine flame at the corners of her eyes. And she's kind of scanning the hallway while she does that, and then it winks out. Well, nothing particularly.
Hold on, give me a second over there.
Ba ba ba. Secret.
She got a pants. Rex rolling with disadvantage on shit, so he's probably just gonna look at Cassian, tap him on the shoulder, and say, "Good luck, buddy," and give him guidance, and that's it.
Oh man.
Yeah, Rex Max is a tired boy, so he's not going to be all that much help.
Sorry, guys.
All good.
Wither asked
No
a
worries.
complicated question.
Huh?
I said Wither asked a complicated
Yeah,
question.
Sorry. It's always divine sense every time.
It's okay.
We're like scanning the room, and she turns around, and it's not like a lingering look, but she's clocking like very briefly. It's kind of like, you know, you blink and you miss it, but she clocks Blake, and then the energy winks out. Well, there's nothing particularly fiendish, undead, or celestial in the area. The ground is also not desecrated. So that's something.
Before you start looking, Cassian, and he looks over at Blake, I'm gonna cast something on him real quick, and he's gonna just touch Cassian's shoulder and cast guidance on him.
And I will proceed about another 10 steps into the hallway.
So you're probably about like 15 or so feet up the hallway.
Yeah.
I'm
She's
gonna
going
go,
slowly in like chunks.
I'm gonna go about halfway down.
So this hallway looks like it could go on for 80 to 100 feet. You're going 50 feet down the hallway?
Yeah, that works.
Okay.
Just right by Rattan.
Just zoom, Roadrunner style. Give me a second.
I'm just walk casually.
So you get 45 feet, and then you walk into a solid object that you didn't see before. And Lynn is hot on your heels.
Bonks right into his legs.
Yeah, basically. it's at this point you realize perhaps this room isn't as long as it was mentioned. And you sort of like catch yourself a minute, and then you see in front of you a large cabinet, top to toe filled with books that you have just walked flat into, which you can now see. And the hallway that extended past it is no longer visible.
Interesting. When I look back towards where Ratan and Blake are, does it look like the hallways extend?
It looks exactly the same as it was from where you started. Like, it doesn't look like there's any changes from the stretch you've walked.
Okay.
It's just ruined.
I will investigate the area. I'll start like bend over and it's just say, all right, time to investigate and look around. Trying to cue in on Lynn. Help me out.
Yeah, he's gonna hop up right next to you and sort of take this cabinet in front of you is kind of a mix of like bookshelves and like there's like sections that are drawers as well. So like there's like 2 rows that are straight books, one that's like a display shelf, and then there's one that's half books and a little like a doored cupboard, then a full row of books, and then 2 that are half books, half drawers, and then just books at the bottom. And Lynn sort of hops up next to you and starts like, sniffing around and like, giving you the eye. Are you looking for anything specific, or are you just like digging around?
I would like to dig around first to see if there's anything like, kind of odd or something that. I mean, there's probably a lot of things that are odd.
So you're poking around, basically.
I'm poking around. Later on, I would like to look for like any kind of like bodily tissue or blood or something.
But right now you're just poking the shelves.
Poking around the shelves, seeing like.
Okay.
How,
roll me an investigation, please.
Is,
with help from Lynn.
Do we see this cabinet?
No.
Or okay. Do we even see him?
You see Cassian.
Okay, but we don't see what he's looking at. It looks like he's just fucking around with an invisible.
He just looks like he's poking around in the hallway.
I got guidance from Rax, right?
Yeah.
I'll throw it on there.
Lynn. Oh yeah.
You got advantage from Lynn.
Yeah.
We're stacking everything.
Hey, we got to be thorough.
Mm-hmm.
That would be 27. Oh.
I am so glad that I took guidance.
Wait, do you still have exhaustion, or does he still have exhaustion, or no?
Him?
Yeah.
Maybe not.
I thought we all had exhaustion. Could be wrong.
I think she said he was the least exhausted out of everybody. So
no, I thought I was.
Was it? Oh,
Yeah.
I have no idea. All I know is I'm pretty sure Rex and Lynn are the 2 most exhausted.
Well, I know that, yeah, you guys have reduced movement, so that's already more than I have.
Mm-hmm. Lynn kind of got his shit kicked in a little bit while he was fighting.
I mean, that's probably not where that came from, but...
I mean, it might have been. Sure, it didn't help too much. Oh, cool. They actually did it right and delivered the way that I wanted them to.
Woo!
I will be right back.
Yeah. Ooh. Think. What the hell is he doing?
So you all watch Cassian and Lynn.
Rax is in here right now.
Okay.
He went to go get food because I guess it got delivered.
Yeah, he said he was gonna deliver. But yeah, you all see Cassian and Lynn suddenly stop and then start looking around the empty space in front
Middle
of them
the hallway.
before Cassian pulls out a handkerchief from inside his waistcoat, grabs something from thin air, folds it up, puts it in his pocket, sits down, and then says, "Casting magic is gonna take me about 10 minutes, just so you're aware."
She was like, I'm gonna assume that Rattan has like started like inspect the wreckage because like she's a soldier. Like, what is she gonna look at? Like the actual like the damage done by the fight. And she's like squatted down, like starting to like pick through all of this, and she hears that, and then looks up to see what Blake's reaction is to this shit.
Blake is just standing in the doorway watching you all. He has taken, he's rolling a coin between his fingers.
The way that Rattan does.
Kind of.
Like, is it the poker roll, like all the way across the knuckles and back?
He started off doing that, but then he flicks it up and catches it.
Okay.
And then he does this thing where he holds it between his thumb and his finger, and then just a couple of moments later, it starts rotating by itself.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah. And it's now spinning in his grip. He doesn't... Sorry.
Was it only the heirlooms that were kept in this hallway? And she's still, like, picking through things as she's...
No, they weren't kept in this hallway.
Was that all that was kept in this hallway?
Nothing was kept in this hallway.
Okay.
What they were looking for was the way out of this hallway.
What was that part?
What they were looking for
the
was
way
the
out
way
of the
out
hallway.
of this hallway. And on that, before you ask any questions, because Summer's taking an absolute asset amount of time, we're going to take our break and let's go pee, and I need a cup of tea.
Sounds good.
Sounds good.
Bathroom break.
I need to pee.
Herbs!
Yeah. BRB, guys.
Verbs.
Hello.
Oh.
I have Toblerone, but it was in the fridge, so I can't eat it yet.
Toblerone's good.
I love Toblerone.
I love pinching like the triangle tips together to break it apart.
Yep. It depends if it's melting, you go away. Because it quite often melts in my office. No, I don't want to see the fucking...
I learned today that whoever was delivering my food can't get their lefts and right correct.
Oh.
I live on the far right end of the building, and I say deliver to that door at the far right end. They delivered it at the far left end.
To be fair, I am directionally challenged. That's why whenever you see me just explaining a room or something, I have to turn around and orientate myself. That's what I'm doing, because I'm really bad at lefts and rights.
Right, and that makes sense. But like you orient yourself so that you know what you're doing. That's how I wrote the instructions. Welcome back.
Welcome home. Sorry, I'm just reading something.
You're fine.
Work related. Did Wither break something?
No.
I'm not sure.
No.
Okay. Alright then, so everyone's ready.
Yeah.
We good? We good? We good? We good?
Yeah, I had to find my mouse.
Excuse me.
Ugh.
I only have 2 readies.
What was that?
I only have 2 people saying they're ready. So yes, Ratan, you had asked about this. Cassian was sitting down in the middle of the hallway preparing to cast a spell.
They weren't stored in this hallway. They were looking for the way out of this hallway.
Yes.
Okay. So, next question that begs asking. Where were these items kept that they got them from?
On the other end of this hallway.
Fair enough.
If you can find it in the mayhem, it helps me.
There's a nod of like, okay, I got you. I see where this is going now.
If he can observe how people find things, this is gonna help him.
No, that helps
better.
him. That totally
Yeah.
helps him. Yeah, now she's getting it. She's like,
Yeah.
"Eh."
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Game recognized game. She's like, okay, we kind of think the same way. Got it. And you're just smarter than me. She's going to start looking for... God, I don't... Anything particularly that looks out of place in any way. Like, is it...
Everything.
Other than the fucked up hallway. And that's what's going to make this so difficult, I know, is that she's sifting through wreckage.
Anything that looks like it shouldn't be there?
like anything that's like, even like so much in this is also going to be difficult because like the house is just so run down. But like anything where like the coloring doesn't quite match, like just those subtle little differences that might indicate like a hidden switch, anything
Okay.
like that.
Well, it is
This
going to be
suck.
an investigation check because you
I
are
know.
deeply probing this hallway.
And at disadvantage.
Yeah.
Fuck. Come on, no whammies, no whammies, no whammies. Okay!
Not bad.
For a -1 at disadvantage, I'll take a 15. Literally, that's the highest I can.
You okay, friend?
Yeah, I'm chilling. How are you doing?
All right.
Wipes.
So Rax, as she's like pouring through like just all of this like rubble and like sifting through like the parchment, like she'll pick something up and like the gravel and like the dust just and the debris just like runs off the paper, and then you see her reach down and pluck up a small object that looks like an ink pot. You and your brother don't.
When she
They
picks
take
it up, is it upside down or is it like on its side or something?
Not like dumping it out.
Right.
Well, it was on its side on the floor,
Like,
but it still has the cork in it.
that like if there was anything still in it and the cap was loose, she's not gonna be the asshole that's like, oh sorry, got it all over your floor.
Right.
I mean,
But it's more like if it was on the floor and there's no spot around it, he'd see if it was like covered or something like that.
well, it still has the cork in it.
Yeah.
But yeah, so she
Yeah.
picks it up and she's holding it up. I'm gonna take a wild guess and say neither you or your brother use these.
He takes a moment and sort of like squints. He doesn't get closer to you. Not that I'm aware of. Nothing that we've ever had or bought or stolen.
Do you know if it was one? I mean, obviously, any information that you have, do you know if it was multiple people or are you just suspecting one?
I've left this room untouched. I have no idea who's done it. With the amount of damage, it could have been one very, very, very lucky thief. Or it could have been a coordinated attempt.
Well, whoever left this in here is a magic user, a mage of some kind. I've seen you and Cassian use these before. It's the same arcane ink you guys use. Or at least it looks like it would have it in there.
Do you look at any part of the bottle specifically?
Yeah, she'll like see if there's any markings on it, like flip it over, check the bottom, while like
Okay.
holding her finger on the cork so it doesn't tip out.
You check the bottom, and you find Freddy's mark on the bottom of the glass. The mark of his store.
Which doesn't necessarily mean anything, it just means that someone bought it from him, potentially. She's not jumping to conclusions that Freddy and Oliver are thieves.
How dare you?
She would never. She would never. That's why they do shit. So, she tips it over. Huh. Well, this could be a lead, but we'd have to, We'll talk to Cassian when he's done with whatever he's doing. I'm familiar with the store that this was purchased from.
Useful?
If we can get in contact with them, we might be able to find out a list of who's purchased it recently, might be able to narrow it down. All right, and then she's gonna start looking at like the parchment that's around her and see if any of that looks like it could have been other supplies from this person that got discarded in the chaos.
I mean, the ones that you've just been sifting around in will use the same check, more or less.
Yeah.
There's a mix of different things. Some of it's just like lists of like, it looks almost like ingredients for a recipe. There's one that looks like names of various parts of a ship. There's a couple that look like they may have had writing on them at some point or another because there's like the indents in them, but they're currently blank. And there are others that are scorched and burned and otherwise damaged that are beyond any sort of like actual reading.
All right, well, she's gonna gather up the ones specifically that look like recipe lists and parts of a ship.
Mhm.
And she's going to pick up like a sampling of a couple of them.
Mhm.
Do they all generally like? Is it all different handwriting on each piece? Or does it look generally the same?
These ones, from like a quick glance and passing through them all, they look generally like these were the same person that wrote them. The ship handling and the recipes.
Okay, so she's gonna slowly, like, while she's still like sifting through them, careful not to like totally like wreck her shit in the debris. Walk back over to Blake and say, "Can you tell me if either of these are your handwriting or your brother's?"
Recipe is Jillian's, written by me. Ship parts, notes from a book I read.
Noted. I just wanted to make sure that these were actually your handwriting. Helps me rule out anything.
Most of the documents in here are mine.
To know.
Well, she's looking and Cassian's casting something. Rex and Peepers are both gonna kind of just do a scan to see if there's any bodily fluids, mostly blood.
Just in the general vicinity of where
Mostly
you
blood?
are?
Mostly looking for blood, because like you're not gonna see spit after fucking.
No, I was just giving you shit.
And like he'll carefully make his way and just kind of like scan the area with her.
Yeah, so round about where you are, you can roll me a. She'll assist you in a perception check because you're not like getting down on all fours actually looking. You're just kind of doing a general scan of the area.
Mm-hmm. And he's gonna look over at Blake and say, casting again, and he'll guidance himself.
You know, you don't have to say that every single time. I am here observing, and I am aware that you are all in some way or another attuned to some kind of arcane or ability.
Okay.
Or spell effect. I told you to be thorough, and that is something I am sure you are doing.
Ratana's still like sifting through the papers in front of him and just trying so hard not to laugh.
He just looks bored at this point.
She's doing that thing where it's like, you know, if she makes eye contact, she's probably gonna start laughing. Yeah. So, and, but like, there's like every now and then like this slight shoulder shake as she's shifting a page.
And then he also says, you know, it's also not a classroom. You do not have to raise your hand if you need to pee.
At that point, there's actually like a very undignified, unladylike.
As he's looking, Rex is smirking, and he'll say, "Good to know."
You see like the best way to explain it is like odd splatters of blood here and there. Like they have been impacted by one of the and where you are is sort of the concentration of where it seems most of the trigger traps were, at least early on in the hallway. And you are seeing like splatters of blood where perhaps like needle traps have gone off, or you know, they've been hit by something, or like a gash has been taken out from a dart trap or something like that. And you see like the remains of all of these traps in the area. Mm-hmm. You see one that looks like a pile of books has been piled in a ceiling hatch that has now come down on top of someone. It's very like comically mundane.
Mm-hmm.
But there are splatters of blood, look mostly dry, just generally scattered around. There's a couple of pieces of parchment with stains of them on it, but like it's mostly just like a general spattering as the aftermath of traps.
Right. Okay. I mean, that's kind of what he was he was going for as he was just kind of scanning, because Cassian had mentioned looking for it. So he's gonna grab a couple of the pieces of paper that have blood on them, just because he's not gonna get down and start scratching with a dagger or anything.
Yeah, and I mean the parchments that you get, one of them is completely blank, never used.
Mm-hmm.
And sorry, I just heard a child meowing at me. And one of them is it looks to be, from the best you can gather, it looks like a poem that makes no sense, written in multiple languages. Give me a second, because I don't know if you can hear her yelling at the bottom of the stairs.
No.
Give me a second.
Mom! Mom!
I require attention.
Mom! It's gonna be something stupid, too.
Mm-hmm. Literally just sitting there waiting for her to come over so she can just walk away and be like,
Probably sitting, like, on the banister being a shit.
Oh, yeah. Literally just waiting, and then she comes over and just, all right, I'm good. I got your attention.
We'll literally turn around and dart away as soon as she comes downstairs. So, my husband and our two buddies that are visiting decided this weekend that they wanted to buy a bunch of magic cards just to, like, see if they could get anything good. I don't know why. They're just being dumb. But it's the new Baldur's Gate edition. Which, of course, like, none of them know anything about. And I know everything about. So, my husband opened up his first pack, and he was like, dang it, I didn't get anything good. And he goes, holy shit. I was like, what? And he goes, I got your boy. And I was like, my boy, I don't magic, like, what the shit? And he comes walking over, he pulled a foil Astarion. And I was like, oh, that boy. Yes.
I'm sorry. She
good.
was upset that her toy got stuck.
Oh, poor honey.
Yes. Yes.
So we have nonsense poem.
Yes.
Nonsense multilingual poem.
Yep. And it's like, it's not even like it's, the only reason you assume it's a poem is because every other line rhymes. But it's basically, the first verse speaks about nautical adventures. The second verse speaks about running through a forest. And the last verse speaks about getting drunk in a tavern.
Huh.
And like as he goes through these, Rax is probably going to recognize the fact that he doesn't know how to read it, but he understands it. And he's going to be like, so what is that one? And like get like the languages as he goes. It's like in his head, obviously.
Uh-huh.
But just because he's curious and still baffled at the fact he can read it, all of it.
The first one's a mix of primordial, dwarven, and celestial. The second one is sylvan, elven, and a little bit of primordial again. And the last one is common, elvish, celestial, and then infernal. 1, 2, 3, and then 4. Yes, it's what's on your bloody paper. I just closed a sheet that I needed.
Oops. Now that she's identified the handwriting as not a stranger's, she's going to go back to what she was doing originally and just kind of focus on digging through the wreckage. So she's going to start doing like, okay, like here's where a trap impacted, which means that it probably came from like over there.
Yeah,
it's kind of just trying to like get the lay of like the patterning for how these traps were, because that might help her, like, okay, like there should be another one about here, but there's nothing here, so maybe.
Yeah, so you can spend time and investigations.
I would like to.
For you to go for the first, like, say 20 feet of the hallway.
Okay.
Or, like, in the blast radius.
Yeah.
Like, the first sort of 10 or so feet doesn't look like anything went off.
Okay.
It looks more like just splattered debris.
Okay.
And then, like, from there on, mostly, for the next sort of, like, 15 to 20, 25 feet, there looks to be, like, a blast radius.
Were any of these traps explosive, or is this secondary damage?
Where you're looking, this looks like it's just the mundane type of traps.
Oh no, she's asking him.
Oh,
she's asking
Blake?
Yeah.
None of my traps are arcane in nature, no.
Okay, so this would have been secondary damage.
Explosions and such, yes.
Noted.
That's how I finished my ritual cast.
You'll be about there, yeah. I was just getting their stuff in first.
Okay. And then I'm just gonna spend however long until he's done, like, continuing to look for, like, any, like, other hidden, like, again, things that are, like, out of place and out of alignment. Like, I found the arcane bottles, like, there's gotta be something else here.
You can roll another investigation, just for the time that you're taking.
I will try. No whammies, no whammies, no whammies, no whammies! Fuck. Big whammy. That's
You're seeing the mess, and there's a lot of mess.
And she's just getting overwhelmed by just the sheer... It's like when you go to clean, and you're like, fuck.
It's like me whenever I've had a party of kids in at a table and I don't know where to start.
Right, you're like, do I do, like, the napkins? Do I do the plates? Or I don't know what to do.
Okay, Fern, I will borrow you for what you see.
God, I did so good on the first investigation, and then, you know, that -1 really came back to remind me what I'm good at.
Yeah.
That 2. That haunting 2. It's always a fucking 2.
Mm-hmm. Guess the one for today is 2s.
Fucking last week it was all 2s. Or like 7s. Every time it was perception, it was a No, it was a 6. Every time it was a perception, it was a 6. All my fucking insights practically were 2s, though.
Yeah.
I'm sitting here going like, yeah, I can be good at investigating, and then I'm like, wait a minute. This character has never been good at that. This is my one character that's not been observant. Like, I have +8s and +6s and all these amazing places, and then there's just the fucking 2s and 1s and everything mental. Ratana's the living embodiment of the thing from Waterboy, where he goes, I'm not what you would call an intelligent man.
Yeah, Praxis has a lot of 2s, 1s, and 0s across his.
I have negatives.
I'm glad I don't have negatives, but...
I mean, considering that I got 2 18s out the door, the negative was worth it.
Yeah.
I got like 2 18s and a 16 out the door, and all I had to trade for it was a 9. Like, yeah, Paladin, dump intelligence, it'll be funny. Uh-huh. Because I was like, dumping Dex seems like a bad idea.
Unless you're gonna go Shield Master, but...
Well, no, because that would mean that, like, anytime I got, like, fireballed or anything like that, my Dex saves would just be fucking piss.
Right, but that's why I was saying, unless you're gonna, like, use a shield and be Shield Master.
Right, which Rattan was not. She was
Exactly,
never
yeah.
intended for that. So I was like, not doing that. So I was like, I could dump wisdom, and then I was like, no. And I was like, oh, intelligence, investigation, that's fine. It was funny, though, because it gave me a negative in religion, so it ended up working out, but now I'm sitting here going, I'm investigating a crime scene, and I can't fucking do it.
Rax isn't bad at investigating stuff. He's just bad at realizing he's not good at looking. He's good at, like, digging through.
I'm bad at the looking. The digging through, not so much.
Yeah.
Britanna's only slightly better at looking than she is at digging. It's, like, almost negligible.
Okay.
Alright. I will stand up. I'll walk over towards Rax's.
Oh, I'm probably, like, what, like here now?
Yes.
And I'll look for that thing.
Okay, so you watch as Cassian goes over to a strewn pile of what looks like tossed around books and starts digging around. Cassian, you know roughly where it is, so you just push some out the way. And what you find under there, and what Rax will see first more than anyone, other than Cassian, is a couple of faintly shimmering purple scales.
Now,
Do I notice this yet or no?
I mean, you see Cassian kneeling down and trying to find something. You can't, because of the cluster of bodies and broken furniture, and because
Yeah,
you're looking at things.
She's not gonna cluster over there. Like, that's stupid. She'll just wait to be included.
Yeah, I mean, you're still looking and poking around and trying to sort out the absolute strew of mess.
Yeah.
Rax is gonna take a step back after noticing and just kind of, like, look at Rattan and be like,
What?
And he just points at Cassian holding this.
She's gonna walk over and, like, squat down next to Cassian, like, doing, like, the full-on, like, next to him. What?
You're close. This is actually kind of what I was thinking who might have done it. And I pull out from my the handkerchief this green moss-colored torn cloak. This might be his.
You assume it's a cloak, but
yeah, a cloak. I assume it's part of a cloak.
I told you it's material.
It makes sense in Cassian's mind. Someone's trying to jump somewhere. That's what, like, who wears a cape? That's why you don't wear a cape.
So Rattan is gonna, like.
Hold on.
Oh, sorry.
There's this green fabric, moss-colored fabric, and these purple scales. So,
yeah, she was looking at them.
Yeah, probably
Son of
Fioretto.
a bitch.
Fioretto.
And Bailey.
Could be.
Son of a bitch.
Also, we found something as well.
Rax is gonna, as they're kind of like crowding around doing whatever they're doing after he hears that, he's gonna go over to Blake and be like, when did this happen, roughly?
A few days ago at most.
Okay. We have an idea.
Days ago. Weren't they still in the? Weren't they still in Minerlac?
How many days has it been since? It's only been like 2 days, technically, right?
Yeah, a little over, I think.
Do you have a more accurate approximation of how long ago this happened?
We found it a few days ago, more or less.
Few days.
We don't know when they arrived in Marinalak.
We just know when we saw him.
We know when, yeah.
Alright, I'm gonna start looking for blood splatter. any kind of bodily tissues that have been left behind. Also, I'll just shout to Blake. Excuse me, Blake.
Yes.
What's up there?
Interesting. How did you find it?
Magic.
Up there is the room you're looking for.
Okay. Is there a simple way to get up there, or?
There's a hatch in the ceiling.
Perfect. Did we find blood, by the way? Oh, look at
I didn't.
Rax and Rattan.
Rax walks over holding a couple pieces of paper.
I also found this, and she shows the bottle of ink from Freddy's.
Okay.
You're immediately familiar with Freddy's arcane ink.
Do you mind?
Go ahead, but know where it's from.
Good. I always need more ink. That's all I think you needed anyway.
She takes her finger and flicks your arm.
What?
You give it like a shake
Like
casting.
her finger.
Yeah.
You give it like a shake casting to see how much is in it. There's probably like slightly less than half a bottle left.
It's not bad.
Uh-huh.
That's not bad.
Right, she's not doing it like seriously. She's like, come on.
What? Anyway, so we have blood. It's good. We have some objects. Maybe theirs. Great. This is gonna be very fun.
You know what she would want all of that for?
What Bailey would want it.
You know what she was obsessed with?
Oh. Yeah.
Either that or she intends to give it to him.
Which may actually be worse, in my opinion.
I think that would be worse.
Anyone who's looking at Blake, I need you to roll me an insight check.
Yeah, I'm definitely like I'm keeping like I've always been.
Rax is kind of looking in between.
Come on, come on, come on. God!
Still not an 8! We got either side and halfway there.
Please, for the love of fucking Christ.
and Lynn.
And
can't
what?
fucking talk!
And
And Lynn? He rolled pretty well, actually.
Great.
What you catch from his expression, as Rattan says, Bailey, is almost a knowing. Like there's a twinge in him that knows the name. It's very faint, but you catch it just out the corner of your eye.
Does Rax catch anything when Cassian did say Byretto?
No, you don't catch anything from the name Byretto, but Bailey, yes.
Okay. So there's definitely a twinge of recognition.
From the name, yeah. Cassian, you get like a kick on your ankle from Lynn. Almost as if he's like giving the impression to find a way to communicate with him. He's not being subtle about it. He's like, hey, but with his back foot.
I'll just cast a message towards him.
Sorry, Wither.
Fine.
And at least we got something, because otherwise that would have been...
I'm so fucking sick of rolling at disadvantage.
Yeah, you and me both. There's a reason that I was just like, yeah, guidance,
I know what the fuck
Cassian.
I'm looking for, but my rolls won't let me have it.
Okay.
Blake, are you familiar with Bailey?
I am familiar with the name. Whether or not it is associated to the same young girl that I met not long ago is a different question.
I'll give her a little description of Bailey. I'm just trying to... Did we get a reference image for her?
Yes, we did.
I'm trying to find it.
Should be under enemies.
Oh, enemies. Cool.
Should be enemies and
Whispering,
Whispering Timberland.
yeah, should be Whispering Timberland.
Here you go.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Can't find the enemies tab for some reason. Oh, there it is. Anyway, I'll give Blake a rundown of Bailey's description.
And please give Blake a rundown of Bailey's description.
About yay high, shortish brown, maybe auburnish hair, blue eyes, tattoo across her left eye.
Smells like the woods.
Indeed.
Mm-hmm.
Green headband, handy with a knife.
I mean, she didn't pull a knife on me, if that's what you're asking.
Potentially has anger issues.
Potentially?
I feel like you have some history with this child.
Yeah, she stabbed me a couple of times after pulling
Rex
a
raises the
hostage.
hand, same.
Almost tried to kill a librarian.
That is just horrible. Librarians are some of the finest people on this earth.
Man, a person of culture.
It's my library upstairs.
I would love to share notes with you one day.
Just wait till you see it.
She just goes, focus.
Yeah, she was one of 4 or 5 people that have visited within the last couple of months. She was the second most recent. We've kept tabs on everyone who has passed over our threshold regularly, and there have been 4 separate occasions where people have requested our attention this year.
Would you be able to provide us a list of all the people in the last year? Or maybe the last 2 months? Last 2 months.
I can tell you since the start of the year is probably more efficient for this situation. It started off with someone named Loki Marir and his partner.
Can you type that in the chat?
Yes, I can.
Thank you.
Can I make
appreciate
any
it.
kind of check?
What for?
The name. Like, does that ring any bells with me?
I mean, it
I don't
should.
think it would. I mean, I know it does with me, but like for Rattan, does it ring any?
It was said
Oh wait,
in her
no,
presence.
she did hear it. She did.
It was
hear
said in her
Okay,
presence.
no, I just had to make sure. I just had to make sure.
She was in the room where it happened.
I was. Rattan says that's the violet tongue of Clam.
No, it's not. The specifications are hazy to the general public. The violet tongue isn't one person. It's 2.
That complicates things.
The second was a dark-haired gentleman who said his name was Sir Featherwind.
Nathan.
The third was Bailey. Charming young lady. She was trying to secure passage for getting some of our supplies to somewhere else. Very business savvy. The final and most recent guest was 2 weeks ago. A young woman named Miss Ashenwood of Clayholm.
Does that mean anything to me?
Don't think so.
Can I do any kind of check to figure out who the other
Like
people are?
I mean, you were I think most, if not all of you were present in the room when Loki Marir's name was mentioned.
Yeah.
The dark-haired gentleman who said his name was Sir Featherwind. No one that you've met has ever introduced themselves as that, I can tell you that right now.
Right.
Obviously the third one was Bailey. And Miss Ashenwood of Clayholm. It's not... I would say, like, Rattan, at best, would be, like, a disadvantage check to see if you could remember any mentioning of this person.
Okay, what would that be? I mean, I'd rather take disadvantage anything than nothing.
Yeah, we'll go disadvantage. We'll go disadvantage wisdom, and it is quite a high DC because it's very unlikely. But yes, you can try it.
Come on. No way.
No idea.
I tried. For some reason, I think maybe Nathan, doesn't he have a bird named Flare Feather?
Yeah. This Featherwind, does he have a scar? And he points at the eye that Nathan has a scar on.
He gives like a moment of recollection and then a slow confirming nod.
And black hair. Nathan had. Were those kind of? Well, I don't think would have gotten close enough to.
No, we didn't get close enough to him. We got fucking fireballed.
Yeah, we did.
Well, I don't think Bailey was here by herself. There is a fireball or some kind of immolation spell that went off by a caster over there. So.
Has to be Bioretto.
Well, the blue scales, yes. Would make most sense.
Purple.
Purple scales.
Mm-hmm.
Violet.
Yeah, his name's Violet.
By any chance, do you or your brother have any knowledge of a purple dragonborn performing anywhere in the city? Would have had wings.
We've seen many purple dragonborn and various other dragonborn in our city. We know of the performing group that travel, but they generally tend not to perform here. In fact, if anything, they've never performed here.
Well, the last time we saw Bailey, they were working together.
I'm gonna take
yeah, go for it.
Oh, sorry. I was saying this to the group. I'm gonna take one more look around, see if there's anything out of place that I might miss first before we. Yeah. I'll take any help I can get. One more deep dive.
Shoulder. Takes a step back. Guidance.
Thank you. Look for anything else that's out of place that can give us more compounding evidence or whatever.
Well, I mean, you know of something else already from your previous use of
right
Arcana.
up there.
No,
Yeah.
something else.
Oh shit.
Yeah. Yeah. Before I do this, there's a feather over here. I walk over to the thing. I pull out the feather. This might be the third person.
You all watch Cassian walk into the middle of the room and pluck a feather out of the air. And then what you see, especially Cassian, is as you're drawing it, it's sort of like you pull it from what you expected was the tip of it, and as you're pulling it, it takes more length than you expected. And out comes a long plume of almost rainbow-colored feather.
Oh, son of a bitch. I'm checking.
Forgot about this part. Thank you for your patience, everybody.
That doesn't match Flare Feather, though, right? Like, I'm not
No,
high, right?
No, it'd be the bird that was with them.
Am I high?
Whoever gets the name gets a point of inspiration.
I'm looking.
It would be under performers.
Oh, shit.
Well, it wasn't Picoti.
No.
No, Mephilas doesn't have it either.
Mephilas is a tiefling.
Mephilas is a tiefling. There was
Hang
a
on,
bird
I think
that we
I'm
saw
on the
outside the
wrong
gates of the
page.
castle. There was a bird that we saw. He sat at the clan.
He was
table.
also in the table. Yeah, he was at the table.
Oh!
That's
I don't
the
think I
clan
ever got
table.
introduced to him.
Zoe, can you gave us a card for him. I'm just trying to find where he would be. I'll just go back to my notes.
Nijiro.
Nijiro, yes.
There you go.
You are correct.
I knew that it was somewhere. I just couldn't find the right fucking page.
Where in the tabs is his art?
I'm trying to find it.
NPCs, Marinalak, Playom's guest.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Yes, that's what she's gonna say. She just kind of like you can see her like she's sitting there going like this, and you can tell that she's like racking her brain. It's on the tip of my tongue. It's on the tip of my tongue. Nijiro.
Wow, my like location of where the person was, spot on. Name, no idea.
I don't even know if you
at
were
the table. Met them
The
outside
worst part
the
was is I
castle.
knew I was gonna know it as soon as I saw it. I just had to find my list.
Nijiro.
Nijiro was them as well.
I found it like as you said it too. I was like, Grosmak did it. Oh, there he is. Oh, yep, there it is.
No, he was out of my range.
Yep.
I didn't get him.
Oh
No,
yeah, it was
you did
Cassian
not.
and I at the
He was
table,
out of my
not-
range.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
He
But yes,
was dancing when I did it.
Mm-hmm. Take your point of inspiration with her.
Yay! I got something. When it's my memory, I can do it. When it's my rolls.
But yeah, you can take a general look around with guidance as well, just to see if there's anything else. But
Yeah, am I allowed?
yeah, and
it,
with assistance from Lynn. If you're
that's-
doing just a general overview, it'll be perception. If you're doing an actual deep poke around, it'll be
Oh
investigation.
no, I'm doing a deep throw, poke around, last sweep through.
Okay.
Before I move on to the next room.
Yep.
All right.
Fuck, I'm checking something else while he does that.
Okay.
That's totally fine. And then I'll add the guidance.
Mm-hmm.
Roll
27
threes for
again.
Guidance a bunch. Jeez.
Hey, I'll take it.
Me
I
too.
rolled the same investigation score twice.
Yeah. So easy enough. You find what looks to be the thing that you didn't notice before is what looks like the blast radius of a thunder wave that went off in this hallway. Sort of centered in the midpoint of where all the traps look like they went off, almost as if it was used to protect. You see, as you're looking around, bits of like broken like darts and needles and papers that have just been, it looks like there's a central point and everything has been pushed away from it. Any kind of trap that went off here, the falling books, that kind of thing, it's all being shoved to the side from the center point. But other than that, in anything else, Cassian has already seen.
Okay. So we have 3 suspects so far.
It was Ashvale, Miss Ashvale?
Ashenwood.
Ashenvale.
Ashenwood.
Ashenwood.
Sorry, I wrote Ashenvale because it's a zone in a game that I play.
Ashenwood of Cleom.
Yeah, Miss Ashenwood of Clam.
Do you have a general description of Miss Ashenwood?
Yeah, pale-colored, long hair, dressed in dark clothing, arrived with a parasol. Very feminine, very elegant, very gentle.
Can I hear me out on this, Zoe?
I'm
Can I do
listening.
A minor illusion of a portrait, and as he describes it, I start changing the portrait to kind of like start matching his description of the
Okay,
person.
I like this, like a composite drawing.
Like you know how like a sketch.
I mean, you can do, but I'll put a little bit of like, I'll give you like an advantage roll just to see how accurate you can make it.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
So I'll give you like a go for. What's your casting ability?
Intelligence.
Go for like an advantage intelligence.
I
Just
have an idea.
Would Arcana work? Sure.
Fuck it, I'll allow it. Fuck it, I'll allow it.
It doesn't matter to me.
Yeah, no, I'll allow it.
I thought we could do police sketches. This was fun.
Yeah, no, like, you've never done it before, but you're also getting, like, an accurate description, and you've seen this person. So, the description he's getting and the vision in your mind, you're able to put 2 and 2 together. I'm just seeing how well you can... Yeah, uh-huh. Yeah, so you're painting a picture of someone you've seen to the words that he's describing.
This is someone that I've seen.
Oh, you've all seen them.
I'm trying to like nail down, and it's someone from Cleom.
Mm-hmm.
I just try to remember.
Would
Is
it
it
be?
Yuki?
It wouldn't be Suhai.
It's Yuki.
Yuki.
Shit.
Oh, yeah, I didn't mean Yuki. She was what's his name?
Yuki was sitting at the table with the dwarven.
Zenri.
Yeah, Zenri. And I went to talk to her.
Mm-hmm. You've all seen this person.
And Rattan just says, I was Perrin's teacher.
Have I spoken to Yuki?
You did. And she was at the table with Zafi and the other guy that was there with her.
Oh yeah.
I know his name, but
You know their names. Rattan doesn't know their names, but
well, I know
knows.
her name. I think she told me. I could be wrong.
No.
No, you're right. But
no.
Rex pieced out of that conversation way too early for names.
Yeah.
Yeah, no,
well, because they were like, "What? He's dead."
You know, they've never given you their name in any of the times that they've seen you. But yes, Wither knows them as Zafi and Kanos because previous
and
PC
Fern
and
would have
NPC.
recognized
Yeah,
the art.
Fern knows them as well because Fern ran the campaign that Zafi was in.
Okay. So, wait a minute. So we have Bailey showing up recently. We have Nathan showing up recently. We have Yuki showing up recently. We have Lokay Marir, and just for humor me, what do Lokay Marir and their partner look like?
Lokay Marir. He is a purple tiefling, large horns. Kind of, how do I explain this? Not tattoos, but markings on their arm. Bear with me while Zoe pulls up reference to make sure she gets this right. Yeah, so very, very muscular, very well kept. Markings almost like twisted, gnarled, burn scorches on one of their arms, and one of their hands is fully dark purple with like crackling energy in it. Tall horns and a marking on their forehead that's like a diamond, sort of. And then also another marking of, I don't know, like a fish is the best way I can explain it. It's hard to explain him to you. He's one of those people that you would have to see. He's like ashy gray colored skin, matching hair, short, pulled back, dark at the ends, and a dark, well-kept beard. At least they were when they appeared before me. And their partner, sort of like female, beautiful, but scary. Gray, blonde, scruffy, sandy kind of hair, pulled back with beads and ties in it. Running with a red stripe from their forehead down
I definitely didn't see that
their
person.
chin. No. Down their neck into their clothing. Well dressed in leathers, armored, but battle worn for sure. They came together. Were very polite. She's terrifying, and that's saying something.
I don't think I've ever seen the female. I'm going to assume that the one I saw at the spring ball wearing the mask was Lokay Marir. I'm trying to remember if I have art for that. I don't think I do. I'm trying to. I'm pretty sure the Violet Tongue had horns at the party.
No one was introduced to you as that,
well,
and the person with the mask.
But
The person with the mask had a cloak on and no horns.
Okay, well then maybe it was her. I don't know. I don't know which one of them I detected. I just have I didn't write down a physical description.
That's the one you're thinking about.
Okay, so I mean it could have been her. Whoever was there, that there's only one individual at the table when I was there that didn't get
None of you have ever physically seen Lokay Marir.
No.
That you know of.
I would assume that the ping I got, well, she wouldn't say ping, I would assume that the nudge that I got while I was reading the table, would have been Loke Mavir, but I mean, it could have been. It was the same general energy that I would read off of a tiefling. So I assume that would have been Loke Mavir. It could have been her. I don't know. But that's interesting. And then Yuki. And Yuki gave me a warning at the spring ball.
Let's
Don't know how genuine that was.
let's keep searching. Then we can put more theories together. I'm gonna go back to the shelves. I'm gonna try to reach out to see if I can find like a hatch.
I mean, the hatch is on. You would know on the roof where but the roof is 20 foot high above you.
Oh, okay. So it's not something we can like reach from
The
reach it
ground.
No.
I mean,
okay,
I could.
It's technically not the ground though, Wither.
I know.
um.
Do you want me to? I don't mind.
Sure. Yeah.
And she's just going to kind of look over her shoulder, shrug at Blake, and then pop her wings out. And she'll carefully, like, easy, like, not like rocket up, like she's not gonna like bonk her head off the ceiling or anything, but like slow ascension enough to grab it. And
You can't see it.
well, yeah, so she's gonna go up near the ceiling. Okay, left or right?
Keep going straight.
She'll follow his directions.
Little
Like
bit
she's got
still
like
up?
one hand on the ceiling. She's like, "Tell me."
A little bit still up.
How much is Cassian fucking with Rutan?
Oh, I fully expected him to be.
This
fucking
is
with
me channeling Fern Chaos. How much
Oh
is
no, I fully
Cassian
expected him to be fucking with me.
fucking with Rutan?
Only slightly. Very slightly, because we are on the job.
So, you guys, you're around about this area.
Just, keep going. Go a little bit further.
She's just like got like one hand like above her, like feeling for anything, hoping that eventually she'll like feel it, like ah.
But it's above. It's above.
Yeah, I'm.
Okay, go to the right.
Cassian.
Well, I guess it's your left, like stage right. Here.
Like just point. Thank you. She goes
way.
over.
Be careful! Don't go too far forward.
Why?
Or do it. I'm not your. I'm not your.
Show me where Rutan goes based on Cassian's directions.
If he's pointing here, she's gonna go here.
Okay, so you're feeling around. Roll me like roll me an investigation check, just flat, please.
Oh, it's not good anyway.
It's good enough. You're feeling around and you're like, oh shit! And you feel like a little hook that you get your finger stuck in. And as you do that,
you see how easy it gives?
Oh, you pull it, and then you get smacked in the face by the door that opens down the way because you're pulling it toward yourself.
And
now you can see the door. Now you can see the door that you just pulled open.
I found it. Oh,
nice.
You can tell that she's trying really hard not to swear. You can tell really hard that she's trying not to. There's a couple that almost squeak out, and then she just goes, oh.
You're alright.
Got it. Yeah, nope, hit me right in the nose. Oh.
Oh, well. Just don't fly forward.
It's in front of me?
As you opened it, you smacked into so it opens towards where Rutan doesn't know, but Cassie knows the bookshelf is. So it opens down and out towards the bookshelf, and a ladder comes down out into this room. Like it's like an automatic into a loft.
Oh, there's a ladder. Cool.
Yeah, it's like a loft system. Like you pull it down, and the ladder comes down.
But I didn't get smacked by the ladder. I got smacked by the door.
By the door because you were underneath it and you opened it into your face.
Well, how would I know where the door is?
You didn't. That's the point. You hear a deep rumble of a chuckle from the doorway.
Yeah, and she just goes.
And you hear a sarcastic clap from like the same direction.
Rex, you have no idea what she got hit by. You can't see the door. You still can't see it.
Did he
You
see
just
her
see her
get
grabbing
hit
her
with something,
face.
or did she just disappear?
No, she got bonked. And then
By
she's like,
something.
"Ah." Yeah.
Yeah, you see her like look like she got bonked by something, and then she's just grabbing her face.
And then I would assume she moves over to the side to move it over to open it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Cassian is climbing the air.
Climb the stairs, climb the stairs.
Blake is giggling. He's like, you do know that there was a pole you could use to open that.
No, I did not. I trusted the wizard.
You're a wizard. Interesting.
Who's the wizard?
You. She trusted you.
Yes, I am a wizard.
He walks past you, Rax, and he flicks you on the end of the snoot. You feel like the flick, and you're like, ah, and you scrunch your face and you open your eyes, and then you see the bookcase that Cassian walked into and the stairs.
Rattan's
That have
landing like
disappeared.
instinctually. Like, she sees Cassian going up. She's like, I'm not fucking hovering up here.
Now he's confused. Like, why did he flicking me help that? What?
So yeah, she's on the ground. Her wings are still out just in case.
But you all now see the ladder leading up to
Wait,
the
now
loft.
I see it?
Well, you got hit by the door, and the ladder's attached to the door, so you can see the thing you got hit by.
Oh, so as soon as it made contact with me, now I can see it?
Yes, yeah, you can see it.
Oh!
Cassian walked into the bookshelf that he couldn't see, and then used detect magic to find the hatch.
Okay, now I get it. Now I get it. You find it by walking into it. Got it.
Or by getting flicked by somebody, but I don't know.
Taking damage.
Yeah. It was like like not even a full point of flick damage, but you take it was like, oh, I need to move. You're not there. Go away.
Bye, Julian. Hi,
Bye.
Julian. Bye, Julian. My
Yeeted into the void. Yeeted into the void. Cassian climbs the ladder, followed by whoever wants to go up.
Yeah, I'll go.
So it'd be Cassian, Rattan. Obviously, this will be in a different order when you're actually in the room, but followed by Rex, I'd assume.
No, Rex is gonna tell Lynn to go up because he's pretending to be a familiar.
Yeah, Lynn just kind of looks up to you as if to say, how the fuck am I supposed to climb this? I am a rabbit, and that is a ladder.
I hand down a mage hand to carry Lynn up.
Dude, that would only carry like 5 pounds.
Yeah, Lynn isn't that light.
Okay. I'll just say,
his normal weight isn't that light.
Well, hang on, because we don't know. This is Rax and Lynn are the only ones down there.
Rex, can you grab Lynn?
Rattan pokes her head back down. You got it?
Rex is already looking at Lynn, and he's just gonna, I'm so sorry. And he's just gonna help him up.
He does that, like, pet scramble thing as you lift him up, and then he just flops and just resigns to his fate.
It's the whole thing where it's like,
It's like, don't pick me up! I have to do this, and it's for the betterment of our mission.
I'll hold my hands down to help him the rest of the way so he doesn't have to be subjected to that for the whole ladder ride.
You pass Lynn up.
Don't kick me! Don't kick me. Sit him down.
Do you actually say that to him?
If he kicked me, yes.
He doesn't kick you, but if you say that to him, he's gonna kick you in the chest.
She doesn't. No. I do not need a bunny monk kicking me in the chest. Right
yeah,
now.
no, you really don't.
She might actually like start to have like a heart attack.
It's boot.
I can't breathe. No, yeah, she picks him up the rest of the way and she gives him the same apologetic like sorry look and sets him down.
Sets him down to the side.
Safely.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. Oh, God damn it!
But yes, you were led up into, and I'll show you the reference image actually, because I have a reference for this place. But you are led up into a small cubby which has a door on it, which Blake then unlocks and leads you into what he has told you is a library. You see this private library which is owned by Blake, has a collection of books just lining every single visible wall in here. You notice the same as downstairs that none of the spines have any kind of wording or markings on them. They're all blank, which how can he possibly know what anything is or where anything is?
Mm-hmm.
Judging by the fact that from the outward appearance, he has no
Right.
idea what these books are. You see that this hall is an 80-foot long, 35-foot high at the widest point, and 25 or so foot wide. So 35 foot up to the ceiling, 25 foot or so wide at its widest point, and 80 foot long in length away from you. And the stonework here is all sort of like dark and murky, darkly colored, and sort of takes on like a deep purple color in this room. You can see that it almost looks as if things have been haphazardly put back together, because although the rows of books are in the bookshelves, they're not all like, flush. When you push a book in, and
Like
it goes
some
flush.
of them are like half
some of them
in,
are
some of them are
half in,
tipped
yeah.
over.
There's like there's actually halfway up this room, you see there's like a study space with with 2 desks with just books and parchment and drawings scattered all over them. You get that either this is a study space or it is just the remnants of what's been picked up recently.
What time of day is it? Sorry?
It's coming towards like early evening at this point. So any of the light, or what little light there is given the storm that is coming in through the windows in the roof, isn't really illuminating this space as much as it should. But this room almost has a weird purple glow to it, which I'll explain in a moment. You see that opposite the desk area what looks to be a empty, shattered glass display case. And these are the messiest 2 features of this room. At the far end of the room, you notice a deep purple glowing circular structure that looks like it's made, or at least the base and the supports are made out of a dark colored stone. Given the only other thing that you hear in here is the thundering of the rain on the roof and the thunder in general outside, there's a faint hum that seems to just emanate from that object.
Can I get that description again? It was a deep purple glowing what shape?
You're going to get a deeper description. Hold on.
I'm sorry, I just wanted to write it down.
No, it's okay. So this structure is a 10-foot or so high altar-like structure that has multiple tiered sections. The base itself, circular, is the widest part, and it is made of dark colored stone. The middle section looks like a vertical glass tube with a constantly flowing purple liquid inside it. And the top section, which is the slimmest section, circular section, looks to be the source of this liquid, almost like a fountain that is contained in a tube. The top of this structure, altar-like structure, has almost what looks like it would display something as if it was a headpiece. So it's rounded at the top.
But whatever was supposed to be up there appears to be missing.
Is missing, yeah. Regardless of the odd design choice, it doesn't stop there. Rotating around the outside of the structure, exactly half the height of it, are 4 evenly spaced stone carvings made of the same dark stone as the base that looks like either like curving staircases or a strange type of wings. Even though they are rotating anti-clockwise around the structure, they do not look like they are connected to it in any way.
And they're I'm sorry. I'm trying to like retain all of this and I'm having a hard time. It's like they're constantly rotating.
Yeah, anti-clockwise, evenly spaced, halfway up the structure, constantly rotating. Looks like either curved staircases or strange wings. And this seems to be the light source for the room. It's giving off a faint purple, I would say faint purple glow. It's pretty bright, all things considered. If it was daylight, it would be faint, but considering it's like towards the early evening in the late end of a storm, it's dark and murky outside, so it's dark and murky in here.
Constantly flowing, glowing purple liquid in this?
Inside the tube, yeah. The best way I can explain it is a tube. It's like a glass cylinder that's being placed over what you assume is the middle stem of this structure. You can't see through the liquid, so you don't know what the interior is made of, but inside this glass cylinder is constantly flowing purple liquid.
Am I detecting any magic?
How far is it? 30 feet?
Mm-hmm.
And, not from this end of the room, because you're not close enough to it.
I'll start walking into the room when it's like okay to. Get, like,
Yeah,
I
once
mean-
I'm in, I would also, again, you're gonna hate me, divine sense.
Divine Sense will give you the same as before.
Yeah, so again, like, you see her clock Blake very briefly as her eyes flare like that, but that's it.
But yeah, you see the arches in the reference image. They basically are the same sort of design in this long hall, because it is in the roof space, the 3rd floor of the house that you saw. It looks like it stretches the entire length of the house. So from one end to the other, it doesn't look like it's odd compared to the outside structure that you saw compared to the conservatory greenhouse thing that you saw before.
Do you mind if I give us a bit more, bright light?
I quite enjoy the natural glow of the fountain at the far end, but if you must.
Just to
Also,
be thorough.
Formally welcome to Obsidia Obscura.
Obsidia Obscura. Oh, pleasure to be here. Wish it was under better circumstances.
Me too. It's much more marvelous when the display pieces are there.
I assume this is where things were kept.
Mm-hmm. The display case and the altar at the end.
I'm gonna tap my holy symbol and cast light on it because I don't have Alifira's like in one of the bags I'm holding right now.
You put Alifira as pointed
Well, I
object
don't have
in
it
a
on my
bag of
back.
holding?
I assumed that I stored it somewhere because I never stated
You
that
left
it was on
shit.
me.
You left shit in the whisked away.
Oh, that's right, we did. Yeah, so I don't have it on me, so I tap my holy symbol and cast light.
Mm-hmm. You do. There's a recoil from Blake.
Sorry. I just want to make sure that I don't miss anything.
I've tidied up in here. This place was an absolute mess. It was disturbing. I had no care for my collection, and it was rather upsetting. And now that you're looking, Cassian especially, this is wonderful but also painful for you. There was obviously an evident care for all of the books and the bookshelves in here. And you see that even though they've been placed back, there's little nicks in them from where they fell on their corners as they were being tossed and stuff. But other than that, their covers are pristine. And the small little things are what hurts. You know what I mean? Like the little bump in the cover, or the the little mark on the spine or whatever is very upsetting to a book collector.
Would Cassian know would a mending spell fix these minor abrasions, or would it
Cassian would know.
Yeah. So it would help.
Mm-hmm. But there are thousands of books in here.
Ooh, I was debating on, and now I don't know if I want to.
Blake, are there any particular books that from one book lover to another, I can prepare some of these books pretty quickly? Is there any particular ones you would like me to repair?
All of them.
It would take me some time, but I could probably do it.
Well, I'm sure you can spend the night in here should you wish. We have a guest room.
I'm just gonna start tapping books and hit mending.
Just as you're walking along.
Mending. But while I do that, can I investigate the crime scene? Use that as an excuse also to get closer to things and figure things out.
Sorry, give me a second because I've read something and completely
And
I'm
Been there.
so sorry.
Been there.
Pardon, please
The
repeat
dial-up
what you
sound is
said.
on the other end.
You
this
want
time.
to investigate what? Sorry?
Well, I guess first question, did I get magic pings while I walk into this room?
So the only thing that's giving the magic ping is the altar. I'm calling it an altar. It's not quite an altar at the end. but it's very like it's just an enchantment like ever flowing water, like you know, it's just the enchantment to make it flow. It doesn't need a source. It's basically just dripping from the top dish, so to speak, into the cylinder and flowing, and it's just continuous. That's mostly, and then obviously the enchantment is making the ornamental centerpiece rotate.
Okay. I would like to investigate this display case, see how it was tampered, how it was fucked up with, whatever.
It's a smash display case.
That's where I was going to go, so can I assist him?
Yes.
Because that's literally where that's where Rattan's gonna go. Like, I don't fucking know how that thing works. I know how this works.
Yeah, let's see if we can find anything out of the ordinary. Because I would assume there might be some kind of extra layer of protection on this if it was holding very powerful stuff,
Ooh.
but who knows? So be an investigation, Zoe? Oh, sorry. Oh.
Don't like that. Yeah, you see her, like, she walks up next to you, and then there's, like, she kind of, like, shakes her head and almost, like, braces her hand against your arm. Not in, like I'm gonna fall over kind of way, but almost like she kind of needs to ground herself for a second. And shakes her head again.
Doing all right.
Yeah. Do you happen to have means of keeping outside eyes from seeing this place?
We'd be stupid not to.
This particular place. This room.
He gestures to the altar and then the box in front of you.
No, I'm just clarifying.
While they're doing this, before we get investigation checks, Rex, what are you doing?
I mean, they seem to be looking at that thing. Rex is probably just gonna walk over and just kind of like look at this. It looks like there was something on the top of it. You were saying?
Yeah, so it looks like the best way I can explain it is like a smooth dome-like head-sized resting place.
Like maybe something where a crown would sit.
Yeah. Yep. And then obviously the decorative features of flowing water and it is giving, again, the closer you get to it, the louder this low humming sound is.
Is it like an uncomfortable hum sound, or is it like
It's like an Arcana hum sound.
Okay.
It's the best way I can explain it to you.
So Rex would like walk up to it, stand there for a few seconds, and then take a few steps back and just kind of look around to see if there's anything probably on the floors, I guess. He's just looking, because they're already investigating the case.
Are you looking for anything specific on the floor? Are you lifting up rugs or anything, or...?
He's gonna look a little bit more intently at the floor, see if there was anything else dropped by them, like... After they kind of got potentially a little bit fucked up from downstairs, if, like, anything else was left. Like, things kind of just getting rattled off as they came up here and were fucking around.
Yeah, so if you're having, like, a proper good, like, scrub around, you can roll me an investigation. If you're just having a general overview, give me a perception.
Yeah, he's gonna kind of look around a little bit more intently and tap himself for guidance, and Peepers can help him.
And she can.
Yeah, so this... Not bad. And then... It's a lot of threes. I'm not upset about it.
You're not really getting much.
Yeah.
Extra. It's very clear that this place has been recently put back together. You can see like how the rug isn't properly flattened anymore. There are like scuff marks as if people have been on here. You're seeing like the best way, like some of the shards of glass have been left here because the glass itself hasn't been cleaned up yet. So like there are small pockets of like little glistening that's catching your attention, especially with rattan being in the area. So you see like little bits of shards and like small little tiny bits, which are really annoying to get out of a carpet.
Mm-hmm.
Especially considering vacuum cleaners don't exist
That's why
yet.
you use tape. Oh wait, tape doesn't exist either.
No.
Well,
Well,
might. There's arcane glue, so one can.
Yeah, a little bit of arcane glue
Yeah.
on a piece of paper.
Yeah, and pull up the whole fucking carpet.
I mean,
Hey, that's only if you're using the
Super sticky stuff.
Yeah.
but yeah, other than that, like it's just very clear that it has been recently cleaned.
Yeah, it's just kind of a. Since he's over here looking, you might as well try and like see if there's any remnants.
Okay, those of you looking at the shattered display case.
I'm giving him my assistance.
Yeah, and you're just looking for general how shit happened. You're muted.
I'm digging in, seeing like, you know, how it happened, if there's anything left behind. Was there like, you know, when they broke the glass, did like something scrape off? You know, anything you can piece together from the thing.
Yeah, you can roll me an investigation.
All right.
With Rattan's help.
I'll gladly take your help.
That's all I got for you right now.
Nat?
Hey!
Oh shit.
Fucking Jesus, I really wish there was something here that you could have seen.
If there's nothing here, maybe I caught something in the corner of my eye somewhere else.
Yeah, unfortunately all the clues were downstairs.
Damn.
So
That's okay.
yeah, I mean you see like where the stand, you see like the small ring box that is empty. The insert where the ring was kept has been pulled out of the box and it's just tossed aside. You
right,
see,
like they just ripped it out and pulled, like the ring came with it, then they pulled
yeah,
the ring off
pulled
of the
it
thing
off
and threw it back
yeah,
in.
so like it's on the leftmost side. The center section looks like it would have been the space. You get the shape of the earring. It's a kind of like a probably maybe a couple inches long with a point at the bottom, kind of like maybe like a long jewel almost. And it looked like it had, the way that it looks like is that there was some kind, it was attached to some kind of wrap, as if it was more like a cuff for an ear with an earring attached to it, rather than an earring that hooks into somebody's ear. And then across from that you see what looks like a small pillow that has been unplumped and just tossed back into the case where probably the brooch used to lie. The glass itself, there's no marks of blood or anything that you can see on the case or the shards that are sort of littered around you. But it also doesn't look like it was broken by arcane means. It looks like someone or something natural broke it. And that whoever did was clever enough to either use an object or to wrap up before they did it. It looks like, judging by the shards that are left, it was shattered directly in the center rather than off to one of the sides or from the sides. It was top down. And you see on the wall above it a painting of the brothers standing back to back with each other.
Oh.
Yeah, they're cute. They're cute. But other than that, and like, you know, loads of books.
Mending.
Yeah.
Was there anything else stored up here?
Of value? My entire collection. But that was stolen, no. There were books on how to use each of the objects, but it doesn't look like they've been taken.
Were any pages removed?
Not that I have noticed, but again, my eyes don't see the arcane. I have checked to see if any of them are forgeries, but again, not that I have been able to ascertain.
Rex looks over at Cassian. Do you think the ability to identify it would let them know how to use it?
DM.
Using the identify spell?
Yeah.
Cassie knows how it works.
Yeah. I would definitely let them know how to use it.
Well, they potentially wouldn't need the books.
Yeah.
But by chance, would you let us see the books? Maybe we can learn something about them that can help us track it better. Not sure.
Roll me a persuasion check, please.
Alright, that's fine. Regular.
And I'm assuming it's just a genuine interest.
There's four not to learn about the items like specifically for like personal things. This is like actually for the mission.
Yeah.
Not bad for Cassian.
Not bad.
Nice. There's definitely a hesitation. I could find them and dig them out for you, yes.
Thank you.
Greatly
I've recently
appreciate it.
put everything back almost where it was. There's a couple of things that I've misplaced, so I'll find them for you.
Well, tomorrow
What would they have been?
I can potentially scry on the people that have taken these items.
I can prepare some different spells tomorrow too to potentially help.
The blood in their objects will definitely make the scrying easier.
I might be able to find the objects within a limited range.
Likewise. I prepare that as well, so we have.
Wouldn't hurt to have both of us be able to do it.
Well,
What were you
timeline-wise,
saying,
we
Rex?
know they were already in Marinalax shortly after, so they could be. Who the hell knows at this point?
And as you're all talking about this, he's rifling through papers on his desk. And he goes, this one. And he takes up a piece of what looks like old faded parchment and holds it up to all of you. It's like, this is the drawing I have immediately, for what you were looking for. Or at least one of them.
May I? And she's gonna hold out her hand to get
Yeah,
a
I
good
mean, he
look
holds
at
it up to look at, for all of you to look at. And you see a depiction of like a dark metal crown with inlaid jewels and various points, very intricate designs. Definitely not so much royal, but of a status symbol. It doesn't look like it would be out of place on somebody's head, especially of monarchy or that kind of thing. You can see how it would be easy to just add to any kind of attire, so being able to take it, not able to take it off, wouldn't be a problem.
Other than that pesky curse.
Yeah, you know, Other than the pesky curse, it looks like a nice crown. Well made, intricate designs, time taken to make it look pretty. To make it look desirable, to make you want to try it on, you know?
That's part of the catch, is they make it look pretty so that you want to put it on.
And it doesn't look swayed between masculine and feminine, like it's not specifically one gender or the other, as like sometimes royalty goes, you know, sometimes different royalty have different crowns. But it doesn't look like swayed to one persuasion or the other. It looks very gender neutral. This is the main piece of art we have done of it. As you can see, it's simple, elegant, effective. Oh, yeah.
I was waiting until you weren't talking.
But I'll keep digging. I'll get those books. I'll get the
Thank you.
art for you.
Would you perhaps know of I asked this question earlier. I think I already know partially the answer to this. Teleportation circles. Apparently there's hundreds of them in the city.
Oh yeah.
But are there any that link to specific places, or are they just home bases?
I mean, it's hard to keep track of hundreds of arcane teleportation means. I know of a lot of them, and most of them are just incoming rather than outgoing.
Mm.
I couldn't say whose belongs to whose. I don't have that much of an in-depth record, unfortunately. It is something that I have been working on cataloging, but among other things, it is just another thing to add to the list. Between business and shipping and sales and vendors and transport and people, places, names, city requests, you name it, we have
You're a
it.
man with a lot on your plate, and what you do have done is commendable. Don't fault yourself for what you don't have done.
My brother and I are forever sifting through lists of things we are yet to achieve. It's a good thing we'll have hundreds of years.
The reason I ask is, if we figure out where they are, it might be beneficial for us to teleport to them. Yes. If we were able to get towards the circle that would take us nearby, or maybe a circle that can bring us here if we venture out and then come back.
Well, you could speak to Pip, but he is generally not the type to loan things to people.
What was the name again, Zoe?
Pip.
Yeah,
At the docks, right?
If we wanted to
Have a tour of the distilleries.
that's what it was.
Well, yes, he does keep a good eye on those for us too.
Yeah, Sir Luminos told us about Pip.
They're great drinking buddies. Two of the most unique people to sit together in a room. Quite fascinating, actually. You'll understand when you see him, if you see him. He's likely to charge an absolute fortune for use of his teleportation circle, however.
Wonderful.
I never said in coin, Rattan.
No, I understand that not everything can be paid for with money.
Don't you find it fascinating that people always know the cost of things but never the value?
That was a interesting lesson to learn.
Sometimes you think you know the meaning of a word, and then you have that true meaning thrust in front of you. Turns everything a bit wonky after that.
That's why I have my library. So about this time, you all smell the lingering scent of stir fry.
Ooh.
It's like wafted up the stairs, and you've left all the doors open, so like...
I feel like Rattan's stomach can't help but growl. Because, I mean, she's just...
So
anyone who's looking at Lynn right now who can see that he was looking at one of his back feet, and then he takes like a couple of sniffs at the air, and he's like pointed at the direction of the door.
So Rax is probably eye level with him, because once he was done like fucking around on the floor, he probably just sat there, like just not even thinking about it. So he was like, "Yeah, I can smell it too." Did you guys?
What?
Do we think we can find anything else in here? I mean, I was looking to see if maybe, just in case it wasn't just the very least the three that we know of that we saw, Scales, Cloak, and Feather. So.
Interesting band name.
Okay.
I'm gonna tap my holy symbol and turn the light back off.
And you're just all enclosed in this low purple glow.
And I'm gonna approach the fountain myself this time and see if I pick up anything from it.
I mean,
I'll
you hear
join
you both hear the low humming noise of the arcane humming that comes from it, just from the general essence that is this fountain altar thing.
Now that I'm closer to it, I'm gonna Divine Sense one more time.
Okay. I mean, same as before. It's not necessary. The object itself is not necessarily giving you anything.
Okay.
As Rattan was walking by, Rax would have stood up and started making his way this way. He'll give Lynn an eyeball, like...
You give Lynn an eyeball and he's kind of like sitting there almost like as if... Roll me an insight check, actually, now that you're eyeballing Lynn.
Still at disadvantage.
Don't roll an 8. Don't roll an 8.
Well...
You didn't
You
roll
rolled
an 8.
9.
I rolled an 8. I got a 9.
He's sitting there awkwardly, like... There's definitely some kind of hesitation, but you don't know what it is. You can't tell with that roll.
And Rattan just kind of looks at Cassian and looks back at the fountain and just very quietly, and she doesn't really care if Blake's able to pick it up. She's gonna assume, just based on what he has claimed to do, that he probably is aware of everything that's being said. Nothing that she's saying is secretive right now, but if either of them had that crown, I'm not sure which one would be worse.
I can imagine Bailey using it to make Saran do what she wanted.
Get her to Nathan.
Mm-hmm.
And if Nathan had it,
You know, that could have been why Saran left the ball in a hurry.
but how would he have known?
What do you mean?
You mean you think she used it to compel him out?
Yes.
Shit, I didn't think about that.
Could easily be that.
But then why was she demanding that we tell her where he went? She seemed so confused that he was gone.
Maybe she phrased what she wanted to command wrong. Maybe she was like, she said, free Nathan right now, and...
Do you have any idea how bad that could be?
Knowing their skills, yes, very badly. But
And depending on wording, who knows what means he would take to do that?
Indeed. I mean, we did warn them up there.
She wasn't wearing a crown when we were standing in front of her, right?
No, she wasn't.
Can't they willingly take off the crown?
No, they can't. Once they put it on, it's stuck.
Well, maybe she didn't use it yet.
Maybe she had... I don't know if she can do it, but maybe she had Bioretto contact him and tell him I do have it and I will use it.
Hell, she could have already given it to him at that point. And then he absconded with everything, and now she's freaking out about it.
That might have been the deal, that she gives it to him. I mean, Saran with that crown, he could control everyone in Clayum and convince them to side with him, and the coup would just be complete. He would have a completely obedient army that would do everything he said.
We only have 10 years for it, though. I don't know if he'd give himself a time limit.
For revenge? People do stupid things.
Well, here's the thing. There's an interesting set of combination of things, right? Saran or someone uses the crown, and then they die, but they are resurrected through the ruby.
Or they wish it off of them.
They wish away the deal and they resurrect the soul.
Right. Or just wish the curse of the crown away, and then you get to keep all of the benefits. Absolute sovereignty with no blowback.
And to be fair, the Obsidian earring is great for spying on your enemies.
For all we know, that's what he's been using on us.
Going by the name, I don't know if it exactly what it says. Information intel though, sounds like you're getting information intel from people.
I can tell you what it does if you'd like to know. It is mine after all.
Please.
Please.
It essentially allows you to focus on something or someone and be able to, for an hour per charge, see and hear and observe everything in the specified area or space. No matter where you are, no matter what plane you are on.
Does it circumvent barriers or things like non-detection?
I personally haven't run into any issues using it, but I also can't know if someone is using that kind of ability either.
You should warn him.
Warn who?
Whoever I can't remember.
You talking about how the name? It was like Gem something.
No.
No. The person she can't remember.
Rattan can't remember.
The person that Rattan and Rax and Lynn can't remember that Cassie knows personally, to the point that he's
that
number
might
one
have
dad.
someone fucking breaking his shit.
Yes, that person. Yes, I got you. I thought you were talking about. I think it was Elliot Gemhorn.
No.
Because
if you want
there's gonna be issues.
I mean, if you want,
and we did warn
him
them,
well.
but I guess. Yeah, there's more.
I don't know who else we could contact. Yuki told me that things were not as they seemed, that there were people on the inside that knew what was going on. That not everything was the way it looked. But if Saran gets that crown, that doesn't matter. If Nathan gets that crown, who knows what he's gonna do to anyone in that place? You heard what Brimstone said. And I wouldn't be surprised. When was Sir Featherwind here again?
I would say give or take a few months ago.
So before he got stuck.
Have to be.
I was gonna say, if it was recently, maybe he's brassed off enough about that situation to just try to take them for himself. But if he was here that long ago, but I mean, it's still possible. If we know he's out. He might be pissed off enough that he sent Bailey to get them and said, "Hey, don't give them to Saran, give them to me." We already know he wants power.
But it sounded like he got out after when the items would have been taken.
We need a more clear timeline. But the fact that Nijiro is roped into this as well, that makes me think that it's Saran. Or for Saran.
Probably.
I know it's going to be easier to scry on the people that we have items from, but we need to try to scry on Saran tomorrow.
Does that earring...
You can't?
Blake,
I
does
don't
that
know.
earring protect you from being scryed on?
The object itself, no. It protects you from being caught doing it, but it doesn't protect you from the act of doing it.
Okay. That's good, at least. For us.
Does the earring look like a stone, or does it look like
The earring
a
itself,
long clock hand?
it's definitely not a clock hand, that's just gaudy.
Tell me about it.
It is a dark colored, long pointed gemstone, a couple of inches in length, attached to a clip in the shape and design of a snake fitted to your ear. And it looks like the snake will whisper into your ear. It's very stylistic. Ancestor designed it.
Alright, well, we know that Saran doesn't have it, or at least didn't have it at the ball.
Or he wasn't wearing it at the time.
Right.
But also, I feel like that's not somewhere you would wear something like that, only because you don't want other people to find out the thing you stole.
But how many people would know about that? And she kind of looks back at Blake. It's not like this is common knowledge.
Again, even the people of our city don't really know what the heirlooms are. They just know that they
No way
exist.
anyone in Marinalak would have known about it. Even with the security, it might have been, magic item.
And also, the added perk is that it has an enchantment to prevent it being detected by things like detect magic.
Well, there you go.
So to anyone other than the person who knows what it is mundane.
Would a locate object spell work though?
No, except that it can't be tracked.
And can't
By
be
detect magic.
backtracked.
But an object's
Detect
an
magic
object.
can't see it, but I'm not sure if that arcana specifically would work. I have
We can
never
try.
tried it. I have never had to try it. It's not like losing a key.
Hmm.
Right.
You either wear it or you put it, and he gestures to the case. Behind illusional screens, locked in a room that you only have the key to.
Potentially stupid question. By your standards, and she says this to Blake, is it possible, and if so, how easy would it be, or how difficult, perhaps, better phrasing, would it be to pick that lock if it's possible?
Nearly impossible for those who are untrained. I designed the lock myself, and I am very highly trained in that kind of thing.
Which was my reason for asking.
So to be able to pick the lock is near on impossible. It would take someone very lucky or very skilled.
Was the door damaged in any way?
Nope.
Came up this
There's-
way, so make us.
There's
I guess Bailey's very good at it, or Byretto, or both.
there's magic to open things that are locked, so it's just very loud.
How loud are we talking?
Pretty loud.
I mean, Wither knows. I have to play a character who has no idea.
It doesn't know, yeah.
Which, maybe after they gave up trying to get the lock, that's why they had the whole bum rush thing going on.
That's an interesting turn of phrase, Cassian.
What was?
I don't think I've heard anyone other than a soldier say bum rush.
And it's well, it looks like what happened down there.
Oh, you're not wrong. Cool in a china shop.
They might have had to use a spell. Felt like they might have alerted someone with it and had to rush through.
Well, they would have had to go past all of us first if we had been home, so I'm going to assume it was probably an event where both my brother and I were not present.
I take it that's not a regular occurrence.
At least once a week. Not on the same day or the same time, but at least once a week the house is left empty.
That was going to be my next question, is if there was any routine to that.
Deliberately none.
Did this break-in happen when you were both away? I assume.
Given that we didn't hear it, I'm assuming so. I've had numerous meetings around the city recently. I can't always account for Julian, but that's the way he lives his life. So, he likes to mingle among the people.
Insight check on that?
What are you looking for?
Does that seem to irritate him? Does he think that that's like a waste of time? Or
You can-
is...
You can
Yeah.
try an insight.
I'd certainly like to. I'm not going to be very good at it. That's an 18.
You don't get a feeling one way or another.
Damn, he's good. He's very good.
Mm-hmm.
The head of a city of thieves.
Oh no, I know. Like, I'm not shocked at all. Rattan of the, good poker face is not surprised at all.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think we've more or less figured out who your infiltrators were. Is just getting started, I would imagine, from what is our previous run-ins with them. Now it's a matter of tracking them.
And that would be where I'd suggest you start. Possibly tomorrow.
Hang on a second. Do you have blank parchment, a pen in this room?
He gestures to the mess of a table in front of him.
She's just gonna rifle through until she finds one.
Oh no, he hands you. It was like a
Okay.
no shit, Sherlock kind of gesture.
Well, I know, but she wasn't just gonna assume and just start writing on his shit.
And then he hands you both. He wipes a space in the desk. It's definitely a study area rather than a collective, organized deal.
Tan's gonna draw the brand that was on Brimstone's tongue. Have you seen anything like that before?
Takes a moment. Shakes his head.
Damn.
If you leave it with me, I can have a look. Ask some questions, dig around. I have people.
Wouldn't say no.
Leave it with me. I can't guarantee it will be swift, but I will get it eventually.
I do know that it was 9th Circle of Arcana.
Again, leave it with me.
Just hands slides the paper closer, by all means. It was, on the tongue of one of Bailey's associates.
When we
Seemed to be
met
some
up
kind
with
of
them in
compulsion.
Sorry, Sam, go for it.
Rex was just when they attacked us in Marillac, we captured one of them. It's weird that we didn't find anything of his that I could really tell.
Rattan gives you, that kind of look.
This was before that.
Fair. That is interesting.
Maybe he was watch or something like that. I don't know.
Maybe.
Did the individual seem relatively perceptive?
If I remember correctly, yes, he was. Because he knew that we were standing behind him.
Knew that one of us was, right?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Probably. I think it was Rex.
Mm-hmm. Well, if he was perceptive and more of the muscle rather than the smart, then probably he was on watch. Which is
He didn't seem
smart.
to know much. It was, yeah, he was just kind of the loyal, trusted foot soldier.
Also, now knowing what we know, weren't asking the right questions, I guess.
Well, of course we can't ask the right questions if we don't know what ones to ask.
Exactly.
Oh, well, you all mull this over. Dinner is probably ready. So if you'll excuse me and if you'd like to join me, you're more than welcome.
We'll join you in a moment.
Yes.
Thank you
That
for
was a
hospitality. Oh, that's
leave
a get
my
out of here.
library.
Yeah.
Rex is already on his way.
If Lynn's on the ground, I'm scooping him up.
Yeah, he willingly gets scooped this time.
Do you want me? I can just fly him down, but doesn't matter to me.
Cassian,
She realizes, oh, I've had these out the whole time, and puts them back in.
Yeah. You're passive, remind me.
Passive perception is a 21.
Yeah. Okay.
I say geez, like I don't have a character with a passive of 26.
I'm trying to remember how high Azrael's was. It was something absurd.
Mm-hmm.
I had a ranger that was cross-class with a scout rogue, and it was absolutely absurd.
Well, I mean, just expertise in fucking perception, and then observing
Right.
on top of it, you're just...
Yeah, and then I was a wisdom-based class.
Can I pull out a bandage and just like
Yeah.
Oh!
to
Do I see him looking for something?
Cassian looks around and pulls out a strip of bandage and starts wrapping it around one of Lynn's back feet.
Oh! No, I'm gonna rush over to him immediately, gonna use healing hands! I'm so sorry, I didn't know. That's what she says.
Lynn doesn't wear shoes and there's glass on the floor.
No! Does that look like it fixed it?
It's definitely not as bad as it was.
Okay, I'm gonna put 10 points of lay on hands. So he
One of
gets
his
20
little
points
beans.
of healing.
One of his little beans got scratched, and that's why he was awkwardly sitting on the floor looking at Rax as he walked away.
Does 20 points fix it?
I mean, it's not an open wound anymore, that's for sure.
I'm so sorry.
He just looks really sad and very upset.
Miserable.
It's very upset with his life choices right now. He got covered in mud and grubs, and then he got rained on, and then he
heal it more later. I can heal it more later.
He just looks very sad. He's just flopping over and just being held.
She's making sure that while she's healing, she's gently rubbing it so that it speeds up the healing that she's putting into it. I'm so sorry.
It doesn't
she's
speed up the
smoothing the
healing.
fur on his foot sympathetically. She feels like a piece of shit.
His fur is really considering he was rained on and covered in mud, the prestidigitation helped his fur get fluffy again.
Oh, this
So he's
poor
got very
Okay, so yeah, he got 20 points of healing. I feel so bad.
But yeah, you're all essentially kicked out of the library. Lynn is being held by Cassian. And it's just like he's doing that thing where he's like placing his head against your chest and just like resting in
just
your
like
grip.
what Willow does, where she's just like.
And just like he's literally in bunny mode right now. He's just letting you hold him, and he's feeling very sad for himself.
Oh, buddy.
Yeah, you all get down the ladder fine enough. Blake just continues on and disappears down the stairs. But he leaves you to it after closing everything up and locking all the doors other than the one between the hallway and this room.
I mean, Rex is gonna continue following him.
I'm gonna look at this room one more time.
I will assist him.
There's nothing else here!
No, we're gonna
Okay,
turn
Rex
this
is
into
gone.
the war room all over again.
We got all the clues, guys. We did. We made the DM.
She's done. She's done. She's done. She's done. We got everything. We got everything.
Session's over. She's quitting.
That's it. Campaign's over.
No, we're sorry. We're leaving.
That's it. That's where we end. We're never coming back.
No.
Fuck next anniversary weekend.
No. As we're kind of like walking and talking, we didn't know the right questions then, but we know the right questions now. I don't know if there's a way to rectify that. We can look into it when we get back.
Do we need to assure he's gonna be there when we get back?
Probably. I don't know what they did with him.
Exactly. That's why I'm... I mean, his escape plan, we'll call it, fix that, so...
Rattan gives you a look like that might be, like, not the best wording for that.
That's the wording he used, so...
Yeah, she's just kind of like, that's a word for it.
Hey. Anyway, yeah, so...
We got a lot of talking to do with a lot of people. Well, you do. I can't do that. And she points at Cassian.
Well, how long until we can get back there?
The airship's coming in a week. Ish.
Yeah.
Well,
It's more like
can get back whenever
5
we
days
want.
now.
yeah,
Yeah,
I was...
5 days.
Well, we can...
But the more information we can dig up here, I mean, we already have more questions just from this than we had before.
Mm-hmm. And I have a way I might be able to compel him a little bit better this time.
Yeah, I'm gonna be honest with you, I did not like... No. I would prefer not to do that ever again.
Never again.
I don't like
Oh, man.
goodwill from people.
I have a lot of messages to send out later.
That's what I said. Did that just hit you?
Yeah. Yeah. Oh,
Do you want me to
You
write
know
you down a
when
list
it's
so you don't
like-
forget anyone?
we're gonna need a list.
I will write you a list so you don't forget anyone.
Yes, I am requesting a list, please and thank you.
Okay. Okay.
There's a lot going on in my head right now.
I can tell.
I'm thinking of a lot of things.
Your eyes are doing this weird twitching thing back and forth.
Yeah, that's me seeing the equations in the air.
That's terrifying.
There's a lot of things going on. There's a lot to figure out, but tomorrow's the best time to continue our investigation for now.
I agree. I'm still a bit... Tomorrow will be better.
Yeah, it will be.
Make your way out of the room. Head downstairs to the dining hall. It's a very simple dining hall. Nothing too fancy, decorated in like deep blues and reds. And you were served a great dinner. Obviously homemade, kind of like a rice and vegetable stir fry, done with like some light soy sauce and there's like sesame seeds and shallots and that on top of it. It looked like maybe it was designed to be something like a meat and egg stir fry mixed with the veggies. The vegetables weren't meant to be the signature piece, so there's been some improvisations made. And set on the table are is a picture wow, I can words, a pitcher of water, as well as familiar looking bottles similar to the ones that you were served, and numerous glasses for each of you. Julian is present. He is the one dishing up. Takes a seat at the head of the table. You guys can sit wherever you like. You are all in the dining room. And the beautiful bay window, the drapes have actually been pulled all the way back, so you can see out of what was you thought the front of the house. So you can see all the tangled and messed up garden, so to speak, and also the layout of the streets below. Or at least as far as you can see down into the streets, you're not above the level. And of course, the absolute pouring torrential rain.
The window's over here?
Yes, that's the bay window at the front, yeah.
Cool.
Yay, my map made sense.
You know, I'm not... Oh,
That's
that's where I was gonna go, but okay.
Yeah,
Well-
fuck you, Ratan!
Alright, cool. I was gonna say, I'm not really intimidated, so I don't mind sitting next to him.
It's not intended to be intimidated.
I'm also not going to take the other seat next to him because, I'm gonna assume that his brother wants to sit by him. I'm gonna assume that's not for me.
That's why Rack sat where he did.
Lynn, kind of who is still being held by you, Cassian, whether or not you put him down or not is up to
Put
you.
him on the table.
You put him on the table, okay.
Yeah.
So there are plates and things, but you can put them in between yours and Ratan's.
Ratan's kind of
I'm gonna give him a small plate of the greens.
You use your bread plate for it.
Yeah. Rex is doing the same thing, scooping everything for the whole mixture for peepers.
And they join you on the table for dinner.
I feel like she stands a little bit at the edge of the table and
Oh no, she's straight on the table. She doesn't
really?
give a shit. Yeah, she doesn't give a shit.
Ratan just kind of gives both the brothers a apologetic
They don't
sorry.
seem phased. They don't seem phased at all. They're enjoying their meal, their drink.
Thank you for the hospitality.
Indeed.
I certainly hope, Mrs. Julian, my apple pie lives up to your expectations. I even found some custard that I will whip up for it.
You're a saint.
Ratan was halfway through her drink when he brought up the apple pie, and she kind of coughs it back up a little bit.
You're a saint.
And most would disagree with you, Cassian, but the gesture is appreciated. Now, if any of you wish to stay here, we have one guest room. Otherwise, I'm sure you've probably found means of accommodation already. If there's anything else we can do for you, just let us know. Obviously, you're welcome to stay as long as you'd like or as long as you'd need.
That's also appreciated.
Yeah, I think we've about figured out as much as we can here.
For now.
Yeah. We have an idea of who we're looking for.
Well, we have veins, so let us know if there's anything we can do to help you.
I think tomorrow we're going to have a better idea of what we might need. We're going to attempt to locate these individuals, or at least see what they're up to. And if during that we can actually see that they have any of the objects on their persons, that'll help.
I'll be able to attempt to spy on them. Total. I have 2 chances before we need to take a significant break.
Well, Let's make sure that one of them's on one of the guaranteed people. Is there a guarantee? I'm sorry, I don't know how this works. I assumed that.
Well, I don't know whose blood we have, to be honest with you.
Oh, but you have Bioretto's scales.
Byretto scales is the first thing I'm going to try to do. Because that's going to make it really hard for him to resist me trying to spy on him.
Yeah, and I owe him. I'd love to know where he is.
It's actually Jillian who pipes up again. Do you think people who are carrying around our family heirlooms are stupid enough to leave themselves open to that kind of arcana?
I'd rather try and assume they are that stupid than not try and have them be that stupid.
I mean, I understand your logic. I'm just from one thief to other people. If I had something of great importance, I would do my best to hide or hide it. Now, usually people come here to hide, but there are other places you could look. If you have an idea of who these people are.
We do.
Oh.
We have a couple other locations for one of them at least.
And I'm not aware of their magic capabilities of using me to hide their presence. Their leader, probably yes. But them personally, maybe not.
I'm not sure. I'm just saying if they are master thieves, they wouldn't exactly be parading around in daylight, you know? Or at least I wouldn't be unless I was very overconfident. Which, don't get me wrong, I'm pretty confident, and I don't mind being among the people and mingling around those, and you never know what you can find, and he, like, from his pouch, he lifts up a sack of coins and sets them on the table.
I immediately check and see if it's mine.
It's not.
Okay.
Rex checks his too.
It's not.
Okay.
I open up my bag of holding and see if my coins are in there.
Your coins are definitely in the bag of holding.
Well, purely based on our past experience of being attacked in broad daylight by them, I would imagine that
I don't know. Bringing a hostage right into Student
door
Castle was not exactly bright.
Yeah, maybe
desperation.
they are idiots then. You are correct.
Well, and also considering the absolute clusterfuck, pardon my language, that was that hallway.
To be fair, and that's sorry, I keep going to call him Obsidian. Now you know his name. That's Blake.
Yeah.
Mhm.
And to be fair, it's very difficult to detect what I do there.
No insult meant.
And so, having seen the mess, I was actually more amused to begin with. And in hindsight, it's quite funny.
Both Wither and Rattan are imagining like a Scooby-Doo fucking episode of just these fucking idiots like setting off every fucking trap and just scurrying everywhere.
That's essentially what happened.
And she sits there and she goes, I'm equally as amused. The only disappointing thing is that one of them wasn't left behind.
Well, I'm sure they had means and ways to avoid things.
They do have, oh god. They do have means of teleportation. I don't know how far it is, but it was instant.
Well,
Once they got out of range, just...
I believe they had dimension doored last time.
Is that what it is?
One of them did, yeah.
One of them did.
Well, I know that. Rattan doesn't.
Which that would take them 500 feet elsewhere.
Right,
At max.
so...
Far enough to get them out of where they were upstairs.
Right.
If they had. Well, we know 3 of them were there. Maybe 2 of them have that capability.
Maybe.
You said that can only take 2, right?
Well, it depends on how accomplished okay, going out on a limb here because I'm the least qualified person to talk about arcane magic, but Would it not depend? And she's looking at Cassian. Stop that. It would depend on how accomplished a spellcaster and what type of spellcaster Byretto is. Yes?
For which spell?
Dimension door, however many times.
How many times? Yes, it depends on how qualified they are. Or how much they've trained, yes. I could do it a total, if I'm at full capabilities, I could do it 5 times.
And we don't know if Byretto can only do it once or that many times. To be fair, we did run him pretty ragged of spells, at least I would hope. Still mad he got away. Bailey, at the very least, and she's saying this to Julian and Blake, was, when we saw her last, emotionally, if not mentally, unhinged.
And it's Blake that tilts his head more. Julian, acknowledges it, but Blake tilts his head questioningly. Unhinged. Emotionally unhinged, you said?
Desperate, near hysterics.
Is that the one and only time you've encountered them?
No.
How were they the other time?
Calm, collected.
What changed?
This Sir Featherwind, if it's who we suspect, went missing.
Romantic interest? Parental figure?
I think it was a brotherly, sisterly type thing. One of the other individual that we dealt with referred to her as Nathan's only family, like a little sister to him.
Perhaps their mental fortitude in that instance is something you should take with a pinch of salt.
I agree. But I'm just saying that if these were events within the same general time frame, judgment might not have been as sound as it would have been, and we might get lucky. They might have been sloppy. I haven't exactly been the most sound of mind recently either. Stress gets to people in different ways. I'm not one to throw rocks at glass houses.
And as Jillian then pops up, please don't throw rocks at my greenhouse.
I said I'm not.
I just want to make sure that,
Why does everyone always assume that I'm gonna do the thing that I say I'm not gonna do?
You seem like the type.
Wow. Stop laughing.
This is some laughing, it's not Rax laughing. He's too enthralled in his food.
It's really good for home cooking.
Rax enjoys home cooking quite a bit.
Mm-hmm. All I'm saying is you seem like the clumsy sort who would probably not mean to do it but have a demonstration and do it anyway.
Don't. And she says that to Cassian. I'm not... And she decides that she's not going to keep protesting, and she's just going to drop it.
Blake kind of snorts a laugh. And Julian looks at him and is like, what? And he goes, you're not far wrong based on her general intelligence.
I can hear you.
I'm aware. You're gonna learn a lot about observing someone.
I deserve that. Well played.
He raises his glass.
She does it back.
You, Rutan, roll me an insight check, please.
Okay.
And sorry, Fern, what are you saying?
I like chuckle and just like the callback.
Please, 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 please. 9. Oh, that's a 7. Oh, fuck.
Yeah, I don't know.
I.
You
I
have
don't know if I want
inspiration.
to. I know, but I don't know if I want to.
We're going to be ending in the next 15 minutes, at least.
Is it just like one more flat roll?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'll give you a flat roll with your inspiration.
Oh, fuck. Oh, okay. Are you kidding me? Come on! I just want to pass
that always fucking happens. Every
I just want to
fucking
pass one fucking roll.
all the fucking time.
I'm gonna cry.
Please don't cry.
I'm so fucking over this.
I mean, it wasn't an 8.
I don't fucking care.
We purged the rolls in some way or another.
You've got to be kidding me. I was rolling a 2 at my desk.
So you would have
Which is an 8, yeah.
This is unfucked.
Okay, you notice nothing.
Fucking awesome. Not fair.
Should I do it? Should I waste a chronal shift on this?
You can do whatever you like.
We're gonna go to sleep soon.
Are we?
It's like
Rex
dinner
desperately
time.
You desperately want to. I still have to. You need to give me a list of people I need to send a message to.
We can do that back when we get to the place and Max is asleep.
Oh, I'm saying here, guys. I'm
This is
gonna read the
true.
books.
This is fucking bullshit.
Oh,
I have not passed a
This-
single fucking insight check.
this apple pie is delicious. You outdid yourself.
He did like the sprinkle of sugar on the top of the pastry and everything as
Oh.
well, so it's fucking great.
Très magnifique. That's the one Elvish word I know.
Rax looks at you
That's-
like,
Cute, but okay.
Yeah, the one Elvish phrase. Let me correct myself. The one Elvish phrase I know.
I know for a fact there's a Frenchman in the audience right now. He's gonna be very upset.
Not as upset as me with 2 fucking 1s. On a thing that I have a fucking +6 on.
You know nothing.
Jon Snow.
Can I trade the inspiration to keep the 19?
No, that's not how this works.
I want it to work.
And you've already rolled it, so no.
So fucking pissed.
Would you like for us to regroup here tomorrow to do our magic work, or how would you like for us to like report back, whatnot?
However you deem necessary. If you'd like to meet up here, we can schedule a time. If you'd like to do anything you need to do here, you can do so.
I don't think we're gonna find anything else here, Cass.
I mean, I was hoping to read some books, but I understand we need to stay on task as well.
You can read any of the ones downstairs, Cassian. And that's Blake from not even looking up from taking his meal.
if we do a good job, you might get invited back to read more books too.
I don't even think a good job would allow Cassian to read in my upstairs library.
Oh, I was only talking about the... I wouldn't imagine the upstairs one.
But however you deem fit, you can use the space here. You can take your time and come back. Just tell us when.
I will. Are you amenable for Magic's sending messages?
Again, you'd have to tell me when so I can be available.
Oh, I can just send you one. Are you? Oh,
You're missing the... There's an
I
etiquette
see
to
what you
this.
mean.
Yes.
Ah, that'd be hard to do. How do I get you a message to let you know I'm gonna send you a message? Conundrum.
Tell me a time and I will be available, Cassian.
10 a.m.
I will wait expectantly.
We should hopefully have some information by that point.
I certainly hope so.
We would too. We've been, not just for the fact that we want to return your items to you, but these are people that we've been tangling with for a while.
Well, make your list. Make your calls. And fill us in later. If you need me, I'll be waiting at 10 a.m. for your message. If you need Jillian, and Blake looks at Jillian. Huh? Oh, well, I mean, I'm meant to be docked tomorrow to do some helping out, so you might find me there.
Excellent.
I know you said that it's not something that you've completely gotten through, but if there's any way that either of you could try to narrow down a teleportation circle that Saran might have used.
Jillian starts laughing.
I know that's an impossible ask, but
For one, we don't have a list of everyone who comes in or leaves the city from a teleportation circle. For two, and this is Jillian still, we don't have a list of names or people connected to every teleportation circle in the city. We don't even know where all of them are.
that's why I prefaced it the way I did.
There's absolutely no way in that time frame I'll be able to get you that information. I don't even know who this Saran person is.
Magic portrait.
Okay,
This is what it
roll.
looks like.
Just summoning portraits of Saran at dinner.
Via Arcana.
Yeah. It's a pretty decent portrait.
You summon a portrait of Saran, and Chan's like, I'm eating. Really?
You can't see it. It's angled to them.
There's like a board in front of Ratan's face.
She tries to like push it out of the way.
It's an illusion. Your hands go through it. And both of them take a good long look and a note of it.
This is who we think the people that broke in here are associated to this person.
Well, we'll do our best with the people we have to give descriptions based on that.
It'd be greatly appreciated.
Did you get the gaudy earring? She says that's Cassian.
And it's I would assume it's like almost like a photorealistic
With a
version
32.
It's basically like showing someone a Polaroid of them.
This is captured in 4K.
His gaudy
Caught
earring
in 4K.
In fork? What? No. I don't know what 4K is.
No time frame on that, but if it were possible to find some teleportation circle that he's used or has connections or ties to, it'd be great help towards us.
I think they just stated that that's not gonna happen.
It's not gonna happen tomorrow.
That's why I said it. There's no time frame.
And then they
I
gesture
guess I
back
should
at
have included
Cassian.
that there wasn't a time frame. I wasn't asking with the time frame.
And Blake looks to Jillian and then looks to you. General intelligence, see what I mean?
I am not the brightest star in the heavens. I've never claimed to be. If you want me to hit something really hard, I can do that.
Star is not the word I'd associate with you.
See, I wouldn't associate heavens.
I mean that either, but religious.
Question your luck. As she has a fucking star holy symbol hanging off of her neck.
That's why I said heavens, not the star.
You said that he wouldn't associate stars with her, and she's literally got one hanging off of her neck.
Ugh, too funny. All right. We will be at Wistaway.
We know.
I figured you did, but you know, thoroughness and all.
Did you?
Did I
Kind of
figure?
winks at you.
Oh. Well, yeah. I mean,
He was
It's not
using etiquette, not assumptions. Man of great intelligence.
I understand. I'm just. Wow, so everyone can give her tan shit, but she can't give anyone else shit. Cool. Throw that on my ones.
There's a reason Rax is quiet sometimes.
But you know, headway's been made. I think should we head out? Look at Rax and Jan.
You're not staying to repair the books, Cassian.
Well, when you say it that way, I think I'll stay. I'll meet you guys back at Wistaway or here, or I'll send you a message.
Hey.
Give me a
Sending
time
them was
frame.
underrated. You won't need one. The Wistaway will allow you to hear. Should I ask them to?
I'm gonna send you one at 3 a.m. or 10.
I'll send a note to the owner of the establishment. He will be willing to make exceptions for me. 3 a.m. was it?
Yeah.
There's a very small, quiet growl from her in your direction, Cassian.
Let's go.
Yeah, I like you.
I know.
And with that, oh, sorry, go.
I'm quite fortuitous sometimes. Means I'm lucky.
I mean, that's
Maybe
not
that-
why I like you, but...
As you say that, Cassian, that you hear a small puff of a laugh from both the gentlemen at the table.
Oh. I can't save you from that one, Ratan. I was going off of you saying you're lucky. I'm lucky you like me, and I said yes, I am quite fortuitous, meaning I am lucky, agreeing with you.
I'm tired, okay? I don't know what
I
you
am
want
so
from me.
sorry. I was not. Yeah. Anyway.
You're all fascinating.
Ugh.
Uh-huh.
Elizabeth couldn't have picked a more interesting and worthy group for this task.
Thank you.
Appreciate the compliment.
Internally, Rax is thinking, "Aw."
Yeah, very, very nice.
Kind of you to think so. We'll do our best to get to the bottom of this and return everything that was taken from you.
Not everything.
Some things can't be replaced.
That's not what I meant. You'll find out. And then Blake gets up from the table, excuses himself, and just disappears into the hallway. He didn't seem pissed off.
Oh, okay.
It was that I'm finished dinner, I'm leaving.
Oh.
This is his house. He can leave the table whenever the
No,
fuck he
I
wants.
know, but like she didn't know if that was like, did I like step on something?
No, that was a tee-hee and walk away. Like a nudge.
okay.
He
Yeah.
was poking, he was prodding.
Mm.
Yes, on that note, we will pick up in the next morning and sending spells and whatever later. Wither write me the actual list that you're going to write for Cassian,
will.
please? Cassian,
Do I have to roll for it? Because that's gonna suck.
It depends. Depends on who you remember, because you and Rax don't know the association, and I don't think
I'm literally just gonna write the guy I don't remember on the list.
I was gonna say, Cassian, I don't think Cassian told you about the fact that you saw Nathan's portrait on the wall.
Nope.
So you guys don't have that connection.
I have no fucking idea.
No.
But they did know that Nathan was associated with Saran through the same person that
we
taught
already
me.
knew that.
They already knew that.
Yep, but they don't know that they've seen the person who taught you.
Yep.
Oh yeah, yep. That
So
don't know.
I don't know
they don't have they don't have that draw. They don't have that string.
The only reason I was telling you to warn that guy is because I know that there is a connection there, and I know that, hey, he apparently has something that protects him. I don't know if that shit doesn't work against that, so you might want to tell him.
Yeah.
But yes. So whether write me the list that you would write for Cassian. Cassian,
Yeah.
are you staying here overnight, or are you going to be going back to the Wistaway at some point or another?
I'll probably stay here for the night.
Okay.
Because it's probably taking me a long time to mend all the books if
There's thousands in there.
Blake lets me, and then it's
He'll
like,
be in the room while you do it, but he's not going to speak to you if you don't speak to him.
that's fine. Maybe some light conversation.
So he's like, God damn it.
But
I have stuff to catch up with Fernifer anyway. Now that my
Yeah.
life is chilling out a little bit.
what?
So now that my life is chilling out a little bit.
Yes.
But yeah.
Yeah, I figure, why not? And plus, it's probably gonna be like late as hell by the time he's done. So it's gonna be like,
You're probably not going to get them all finished tonight.
yeah, it's gonna probably do like, bit, but that's what is it? It costs like 6 seconds to cast.
You'll
6
maybe get one
seconds.
wall done by the time you're too exhausted to continue.
Yeah.
It's 6 seconds.
I'm gonna carry Lynn home if he's coming with us.
Fuck off, he's Cassian's pet right now.
Yeah.
What did I just fucking say? If
No,
he's
that would
coming
no.
home.
That would be his reaction. He'd very quietly tell you to fuck off if you tried to pick him up
Right.
again.
No, she's not just picking him up and leaving. You know what? Never mind.
It makes sense. Lynn stays.
No, it's
Yeah.
fine. It's
So
never mind.
we don't complete. I mean, so at least it's not one person by themselves.
Yeah, so Rax and Rattan go back to the Wistaway to get a good, well-needed night's sleep. Cassian, Lynn stay in the Centauri estate.
Yes.
Cassian does boopity bobbity boop all over the library.
Work a bit of the night,
Yep,
and
yep,
then
yep.
I'll send a couple messages tonight anyway to certain people. And
Yeah,
then,
you can tell me about them.
yeah.
Yeah.
And then
I'll leave the list with them. If that's
and then
okay.
Yeah.
would I be able to dimension door from this place all the way to the Wistaway Inn? 500 feet range.
It depends on where you stand.
If I leave, if I walk outside the estate, I'm not in there. I just
You could.
go to outside of the Wistaway Inn. Not going from indoors to indoors, but from outside, outside entrance to outside
Outside
entrance.
to outside?
Yeah.
Probably. Or near enough.
Yeah. I won't take that off the table either.
Okay, I mean, we can talk.
No talk. I can always take, because Lynn won't be able to hop with me. Get it? Hop.
We'll make sure to leave a key with you one way or the other, because that's why we.
Yeah,
got
we'll
two.
figure it out. Yeah.
Didn't you all get keys? I can't remember.
No,
We only got
got
two.
2.
Yeah. Why did you only get 2?
Because Fern told him to give us 2.
Figured
Yeah.
buddy system anyway, so.
It gives us a reason not to split the party completely.
Well, I mean, at least you have a caster and a melee together in each party.
Yeah, this is
Like,
very
I mean, that's
true.
quite a smart way to split the party.
This is the
Although
most-
both of your high perception people are in one group.
that's the issue, but you have the high charisma people in the other group. So it kind of, you know,
I mean, who said Lynn isn't charismatic?
I'm assuming Rax and Rattan are more charismatic than Lynn and I. Mostly because they're charisma casters. That is the basis of this assumption. I will 100% admit and probably guarantee that Lynn is more charismatic than Cassian. But who knows? Who knows?
Oh, Lynn. You sweet summer child. I'm looking at your stats next to each other and it's quite amusing.
Oh god. Oh,
Oh
level
boy.
10, guys. Sometimes.
No, you're not leveling up yet.
I didn't assume we
Literally
were.
no one said it.
Yeah. Fern specified level.
I said level 10, guys. What a
I know.
ride.
I know.
Alright, guys. Good night.
Good night,
Take
thank
care.
you. It was
Yep.
fun.
It was a good time. We're detectives today. That's always fun.
Yeah, y'all put on your Sherlock hats and said, let's fucking go.
I'm very happy with Sherlock.
You know, a lot of that stuff was quite a high check, so good job,
Well,
guys.
the teamwork made the dream work.
Cassian's a fuck ass high perception.
High perception, high investigation. Throw a couple of D4s on top of that.
Yeah, I was like,
Oh, yeah.
what's too high? And who's likely to look around this room? They're probably going to get Fern to do it, so let's bump up these DCs.
You know, I have to figure out a way to get like expertise in investigation,
Take
just
a
to
dip
like
in
make
row.
it. What?
Prodigy?
Hell, why would I'm already prodigy.
Well, then never mind.
Yeah, I'll have to take like.
Gloves of thievery, but that only helps with
Skill
like picking
expert.
locks.
Yeah, I think like a skill
Yes.
expert or something. I was gonna take like linguist because you know that is like Cassian's Gam's languages, but we'll figure it out.
We'll figure it out. And
Oh,
Cassian
yeah.
has a nice bottle in his pocket now.
Yes, I will have to figure out what it does.
I was gonna say if Cassian takes time while you're doing everything else, I can send you what it is.
Yeah, I mean, Ollie would figure it out.
Mm-hmm.
Simple identify. And
Mm-hmm.
there's something I want to go over with you later, Zoe. I can ask you now. It doesn't really matter.
Whatever you want.
I was wondering if we can do for like a flavor thing. You know, scrying is usually the one person that like sees or whatever. Can we do like, you know, like a water basin where it's like a shared scry where we can all like see it together?
Like from Harry Potter, you just all put
Yeah,
your
like
faces
something-
in these basin and you can all see
Well,
the
we
scry
don't-
together.
We don't put our faces in the basin, but you know what I mean. Like, where we get like the shared scry. I think it'd be cool.
If you speak to certain people, maybe.
Okay.
There are people who enjoy experimenting with magic that you are close friends with, so if you speak to people, you can certainly try.
Okay, cool. That'd be cool, like a little flavor thing instead of just like relaying back and forth.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we'll do that. Awesome. All right, guys. Good night. Take care.
Oh, it's fun!
You're all
I'm glad
lovely.
you got to play.
Heck yeah.
Glad my
Ha-
internet came back.
Yeah. Glad
electricity
your power came back.
came back.
Yeah. I was worried.
Same.
I was worried for your fridge.
We
I
did
mean,
it.
it would have been fine as long as nobody opened it before 5:30.
Want a beer? Sure. Opens fridge.
All right. Good night, guys. Bye.
Night, Brittany! Oh, boy. It's nice not to have the documents open anymore.
The white screen.
Yeah. Like, even in dark mode, because the document's still fucking white.
Oh yeah, it drives me up a wall. That's why I prefer typing on my phone sometimes. Purely just so, because it's like the black background.
Mm.
Also, when they get back, Rex is gonna probably talk to Rutan because he got something on his brain.
Okie dokie. We can do our pee between now and our anniversary.
Yeah, it's nothing like
Doesn't matter
crazy,
to
so
me.
it's like a short conversation.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, I'm available.
Mm-hmm. I'm kind of weird
Whether we
work
wanna
week this
do
week.
it
But yeah.
mini or we want to do it in type doesn't matter to me.
If it's gonna be voice chat, but it'd probably have to be not this coming week, the next one, because this coming week's gonna be a clusterfuck. But I mean,
I said it doesn't matter to me.
either one.
You'll have a party next weekend. So.
Well, I'll be up camping.
It's still a party. It's a camping party.
It's true.
Take glow sticks.
Kind of want to. Sparklers.
Fuck yeah. I haven't attended any fireworks related things in years.
I haven't either. It's too hard with the dogs.
Yeah, I mean, our girls were okay, November 5th last year, but also, we live in quite a quiet area, so, and also it was still lockdown,
Yeah.
so I don't know how it'll be this year.
Yeah. Give me 1 second here.
Oh, God!
Yep.
I broke everything.
Alright, so that's it for this week. We'll be back in, is it 2 weeks on the 10th for next session. I will be back with Rift Chasers on the 9th. We're going to have Saturday and Sunday that weekend. So I'm going to have Rift Chasers the 9th, Organized Chaos the 10th, and then I'm going to have to I need to tweet out when we're going to be next live with Rift Chasers, because that schedule's all clusterfucked. Obviously, keep an eye on Organized Chaos Twitter. They're better at announcing shit than I am, so keep an eye on that for this game. I'll try to remember to for next one, but everybody have a good night. Have a good week. See you next time.